Let me give you more reasons to follow the homie Sil for the latest news, scoops, and moves he's about to reveal. From coffee talks to special brews, Hamada burgers for meals, a cup of bourbon with that tea that's about to get spilled. Like, what's the latest word? Yo, Sil, we need to know. Tell us what you heard. Yo, Sil, we need to know the ins and outs. Who's walking out, buying in? We need to know your thoughts on what's new, what you do to stream a hell of a show. Let's go. Take out your pen and paper, sit down and take notes. Sil is the realest among imposters, scavenging cutthroats. So, what's the latest word? Yo, Sil, we need to know. Tell us what you heard. Yo, Sil, we need to know the ins and outs. Who's walking out, buying in? We need to know your thoughts on what's new, what you do to stream a hell of a show. Let's go. One of a show. Let's go. Between DC and Marvel, they both have a startle. Disney's moving finicky. Let's not mention Star Wars. All these movie execs be drunk off their power, disconnected from the fans in the ivory towers. What's the latest word? Yo, Sil, we need to know. Tell us what you heard. Yo, Sil, we need to know the ins and outs. Who's walking out, buying in? We need to know your thoughts on what's new, what you do to stream a hell of a show. Let's go. When they keep making the same mistake, that's what you call insanity. They can't even acknowledge the self-inflicted calamity. What's the latest word? Yo, Sil, we need to know. Tell us what you heard. Yo, Sil, we need to know the ins and outs. Who's walking out, buying in? We need to know your thoughts on what's new, what you do to stream a hell of a show. Let's go. One of a show, let's go. Scoop Senator, coffee talks, also covering analytics, making his own reviews, cause it's always been the critics. They clout chasers, money driven, repeating the latest gimmick. Come over to Sil Nation where true vision is given. Listen, what's the latest word? Yo, Sil, we need to know. Tell us what you heard. Yo, Sil, we need to know the ins and outs. Who's walking out, buying in? We need to know your thoughts on what's new, what you do to stream a hell of a show. Let's go. Let's not forget Mikey's son, always special to the crew from day one when him and Sil got together for special brew. What's the latest word? Yo, Sil, we need to know. Tell us what you heard. Yo, Sil, we need to know the ins and outs. Who's walking out, buying in? We need to know your thoughts on what's new, what you do to stream a hell of a show. Let's go. One of a show, let's go. I guess I'll finish on this note. When the niggas go flip mode, they turn gremlins, I'm Gizmo. Come from my people, my kinfolk. For them I ride for and kill for. With this till I'm skillful, it can really escalate till it all goes abysmal. What's the latest word? Yo, Sil, we need to know. Tell us what you heard. Yo, Sil, we need to know the ins and outs. Who's walking out, buying in? We need to know your thoughts on what's new, what you do to stream a hell of a show. I'm a watchman, forever vigilant, steady watching and listening, disciplined, militant, killing these dudes that started visiting. What's the latest word? Yo, Sil, we need to know. Tell us what you heard. Yo, Sil, we need to know the ins and outs. Who's walking out, buying in? We need to know your thoughts on what's new, what you do to stream a hell of a show. Let's go. One of a show, let's go.
Oh man. Yes, yes. This is the weekly show. This is the WB Paramount Saudis DC Snyderverse weekly show. It's a lot to talk about this weekend. This is gonna be a big show today. My goodness. Much love to Sil Nation. It's so much going on. The fall of the Gunverse has occurred. The chinks in the armor. We've seen the holes in the holy this past weekend. Oh man, did you know? On social media is going crazy about the DCU Gunn. DCU is imploding in front of us. Hey, to be very clear, a lot of us, well, I'll say the core of my viewership, y'all already knew when we talk about James Gunn, y'all already was on this. Y'all was like, yo, James Gunn, no, it's not happening. It's not happening, right? But I always acknowledge, because I love multiple opinions about everything. And there was a segment of the fandom that loves Snyderverse and was open to like, what will this Gunn, any iteration of DC, right? Burden, Schumacher, Nolan, Reeves, right? Like Snyder, like we was there for any iteration, but when you break our trust, it's over. And I'm here to tell everyone out there right now, no matter what side you stand on right now, the state of the DC, we ain't rocking with this Gunverse, y'all. Like it's over. It's over. 360 degrees with that. Much love to Sil Nation in the chat. We got a full show today. My goodness. We got Snyder Cut levels of what we're going to talk about today. Rob Relic in the chat, Shin in the chat, Bayona, Steven. I think I saw Real Talk down there. Is Carlos down there? I think I saw Carlos. BKH, what's good with you? What we got? Oh, we late. Hey, happy 4th to everyone out there. Zack Snyder put a new post out there. We're going to talk about some Snyderverse today. We're going to talk about the Paramount deal. We're going to talk about the fall of the DCU. That's the biggest story right now. Like, my goodness. Y'all see what's going on out here about this DC? It's imploding right in front of James Gunn. My Superman in the chat was good with you, man. Let's see. Let's catch up. What we got? I said Bayona, right? Shout out to you. Jovic, what's good? Smash that like. Hey, let's let him know, Jovic. Let him know. Smash the like. Make sure you subscribed. It is what it is. Hey, that's exactly. Jovic, no. This is one of the biggest OGs in the chat right now. I'm never late. I'm always on time. Nightmare, what's good? Yo, Mr. J. We talking about OGs, Mr. J. Right there. All right. Yo. Was the DC really a small minority after all? Yes, sir. It really was, because they didn't show up for their Supergirl film. Y'all supposed to hold this, you Gunn fans. Y'all supposed to be holding this Supergirl film down, man. Y'all gonna let this go? Y'all gonna let this go bottom 3? DC all time? Shazam 2, Blue Beetle, Less Than Joker 2, which I like Joker 2, but I know it wasn't Todd Phillips' best. Joker 2 was Todd Phillips' middle finger, but that's a whole nother conversation. Gunn's Supergirl did worse. And what's funny, when we kept telling everyone that Gunn had his hand on this film in post, it's like, no, this ain't Gunn's film. He didn't direct it. Oh. In post, we found out Gunn had his hand heavily on Craig Gillespie's film in post and did reshoots against Gillespie's cut. Oh, we got a lot to talk about today. Oh, this is like a gift. James Gunn, you're a gift to the weekly show. Oh, you antis out there, y'all so mad about Sil Nation and the Snyder fandom. Y'all gonna hate this show. I should have did like a parental advisory warning, like a trigger alert. This stream is gonna upset Gunn fans. Okay, like this ain't the show for y'all. And y'all welcome to jump in the chat, but this ain't looking good for your boy. It ain't. It is not. We got Nightmare Visions in the chat. Let's see what we got. Don Corleone. What we say? I saw the post report stating that his contract might end at the end of this year. Isn't that crazy? We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk all about this. Oh, man. This may be more in our favor than we thought. Maybe that 6-month extension, because let's be very clear. James Gunn, Safran got their contract October 2022. After Black Adam, they said it flopped, right? Black Adam, it landed under $400 million worldwide after the Henry Cavill announcement, and they tried to, shoehorn stuff into that. But it wasn't the best foot forward. But that's all good. It's all good. Then they tried to say, okay, it failed, so we're gonna come in with Gunn and Safran. 4-year deal, October 2022 to 26. And then a story came out that they were extended until April 2027. Well, I'm here to say today, maybe that was a contingency plan. Like, if you're cooking 2026, you got to April 2027. But if you're not cooking this year, maybe your contract really ends October 2026. This nightmare may end before we thought, y'all. We're gonna talk about this more for sure. Right? So let's see. What we got, what else we got in the chat here? I saw Jovic. Jovic always been holding it down all these years. Carlos, yeah. Carlos knew when I got active, because I've been chilling. I've been chilling for the past year. When y'all saw me on social media saying, nah, hashtag fire James Gunn, y'all knew the smoke was coming. Y'all knew. Because people was like, oh, y'all want me to operate when y'all want me to. It's like, no. I'm going to allow the numbers to come in, the analytics to come in. I'm a millennial. I don't know the different age groups out there. I need the data behind before I do anything. And when I saw, this ain't tracking good, the numbers ain't adding up good, it's a wrap. So yeah, Carlos know when it's time, it's time. When it's up, and it's up. All right. So that is what it is. Shin was good. Yeah. Shin, you're pretty OG. The chat guy in the chat, JG is done. I mean, this is one of the worst frontline articles I've seen in the 6 years I've done these shows. This article that came out against James Gunn is one of the worst I've ever seen. Now, some people thought, I mean, it was some shilling. It was some shillery last week. I covered the rap article with Humberto Gonzalez. He was trying to run the fade to cover for James Gunn. But when that levee breaks, we a lot of us here, all of us, we witnessed Hurricane Katrina. When that levee breaks, it's over. Okay? That levee broke for DC Studios and James Gunn. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. When it came out, they only had a production deal, really, for DC Studios. There should not have been a reboot universe. All this came out this month. In the last week. Insane. What we're going to talk about today. And shout out again, Sil Nation and the super chat here. And I'm going to make this very clear here before I read this super chat. I definitely have been appreciating the support every Saturday afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. We come up here with the show. Jules, she's off for a couple weeks. Jules is a busy lady, man. I don't know if y'all realize how deep Jules goes, like with the business that she does. Like, Jules is like one of the most professional people I have met in the 6 years I've done my content creation. And she's probably the biggest geek. And what's so cool about that is, like, we've infiltrated every avenue out there. We got people like, y'all don't even know what Jules do, like, on her day job. And she's here rocking for Snyderverse every weekend when she can pull out time from the busy stuff she's doing, right? So I'm always happy when Jules can show up. She's going to be busy the next couple of weekends. She's going to be back. After that, she sends y'all all her love. She is celebrating the fire on this James Gunn DCU like anyone else, like a true cultist. Though she didn't say she's a cultist. I'm telling you, Jules, you're a cultist, but I ain't gonna. That's the dog right there. Jules is wonderful, and she's gonna be back. But all this is showing us that the consensus is on our side as Snyder fans. Now, and again, I don't know if y'all realize what time we're on right now. I want to make it very clear what we're on going forward. We stood on business. BVS is a success, and then we got the Snyder Cut. We're the greatest fandom ever. We're the real DC fans, to be quite honest with you. We're the real DC fans, right? You Snyder fans right now. Because again, parental advisory, trigger alert, to any Gunn fans and Gunn only fans. Because there's people out there that gave Gunn a chance, and y'all like Snyder as well. We're not talking about y'all. We're talking about the Gunn only guzzlers, glazers. Y'all gonna hate this stream today. We're the real DC fans here. Snyder fans who held down Man of Steel when the critics, the whole world was going against our Superman, and in BVS, our Batman. That's what we're on. And then you Gunn fans, this is what y'all on right now.
I'm fighting for my life.
That's what's going on right now. It's up right now.
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this.
Y'all saw the headlines, right? We're gonna pull up all the headlines right now today. Oh, this is the weekly show. Y'all didn't know? Y'all didn't know what time we was on today?
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
Oh man, it's gonna be crazy today. I just want y'all to know. Shout out to CJH in the chat right now. It's crazy right now in the DC streets, on Twitter, on social media. We're gonna bring it to y'all. We bringing it this live. Who else is gonna bring it? Who else was gonna bring this to y'all today? Who else but Seal Nation, right? We are here. CJH says what? I heard a rumor that Ben Affleck DCU Batman, and that's why they haven't announced it. That's true. What's your theory on how that's possible? I'm going to lean on Ben Affleck's words saying, yo, I ain't doing nothing for this Gunn verse. So I'm just going to just give it to you like that. Then good day, sir.
Sir, I said good day.
That's what Ben Affleck did to James Gunn. All right. So that is what it is. My guy. Nightmare in the chat. What we got? If God is all powerful, we got some Chris Terrio bars in the chat right now. This is time we on. Again, do y'all know what time we on right now? I gotta make sure y'all ready. What this show's gonna be today. We may go beyond Snyder Cut levels today. Oh, the streets is hot right now. We stood on business. BVS is a success, and then we got the Snyder Cut. We're the greatest fandom ever. We're the real DC fans, to be quite honest with you.
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
Yo. That's probably the greatest video ever. I promise you. That's probably the greatest video ever that I've ever seen this past year. But let's lock back in. Lock back in. It's a lot going on, y'all. we got lock back in. Nightmare says, yo, if God is all powerful, he cannot be all good. And if he's all good, he cannot be all powerful. Neither can you be. They need to see the fraud you are with your eyes, the blood on your hands. Give respect to Jesse Eisenberg, first off, for his Lex. I know my homie Jules don't like Eisenberg Lex, but we're gonna give love to Terrio and his script. I went to Full Circle 3 years ago, and Terrio got all the love. The Snyder fandom is fully behind what he written, the dialogue, and everything he's done for Zack Snyder's films, right? So much love to Chris Terrio, first off. And much love. Shout out to Nightmare. That was a great quote right there. Let's give this man the proper epic drop. And then we're gonna double up. Good stuff. And I do gotta say, again, the Saturday show has only gotten bigger every week. Once I committed, right? Shout out to Jules. Again, Jules, y'all don't realize like how much Jules behind the scenes has been like, yo, Sil, like the streets need like a regular show. She told me this like a couple years ago, and I got my schedule together, and the Saturday show has been great. Again, the viewership is where it should be, and it's only going to get better going overall. I do got to say, with the YouTube rules right now, we need the proper definitely support of these streams every week. And then also, too, the super chats. We already got a couple super chats coming on the top ropes. We already got the super chats coming in. I try to keep this live stream ad-free as much as possible. But to maintain that, we do need that support with super chats or members joining in hourly as we do these shows, because YouTube wants me to run ads like every hour to y'all, right? And I said, no, it's like, no, that kind of kills the community. Like, y'all want the interaction and everything like that, right? And they're like, no, you gotta run your ads, or you're not gonna like get the proper due for your video. I was like, no, I trust Still Nation, right? I trust them. And before I even told y'all, super chats came in immediately. All I'm telling you right now is like, it does have to come in like probably every 30, 45 minutes to an hour to justify me not running ads to y'all live, right? The replay crew, y'all gonna get what y'all get. Replay crew, if you're not like a YouTube premium member, and live too as well too, you're gonna get ads, right? So I'm holding off the ads for the live crew as long as the support is there. I just want to make this very clear to y'all. And just keep that coming in like every 30, 45 minutes to an hour, and we can keep the ads off of y'all. Because if the support's not there, I do gotta run ads, right? But I don't think that's not a good show. I'm all about running a seamless show every time I'm live, right? So I just shout out to y'all. Y'all already know what time we're on, and we're gonna keep that going, right? Going forward. So I just want to make that very clear. It's not on, it's not me saying like, oh, you got to do this. Is like, I got to justify not running ads, right? So YouTube's on my tail with that. So just much appreciated, though. Much appreciated. OG's in the chat. Y'all already know how we roll. We got a full show, and we're going to keep this going overall. And we ain't trying to do all those ads and stuff, right? So Neo7's in the chat, says, with Supergirl bombing even further this holiday weekend, how nervous is James Gunn, especially with the impending takeover? No, this is all on James Gunn, especially when we get into this article, this bombshell article that came out. The shields are not covering for you either, James Gunn, right now. You've run out of your rope with the industry. That's where we're at with James Gunn. Hey, it's what have you done for me lately? And then if what you have done for me was 10 years ago, BVS 870 million, and then plus physical digital, and you can't match that since then, it's a problem. If Zack Snyder was your best theatrical draw for the last 10 years. I know people say, oh, Aquaman did better. I mean, cool, but all inclusive, theatrical plus digital plus physical plus hot toys, figurines. No, BVS is the best thing DC has had in the last 10 years. And if we're going to keep it real, keep it a buck, Aquaman was a part of the Snyderverse. Now, James Wan's film was after they pushed out Zack Snyder, and they wanted to kind of push out to something different, right? They wanted to push out to the general audience. And so it's true. Aquaman is the biggest earner in DC history ever. Better than Dark Knight. Oh, yeah. So when you shields out there, when y'all say what's the best film in DC history, you got to say better than Aquaman. And then by proxy, you got to give that credit to the Snyderverse. Right? That's Zack's character. Yeah. Zack's character rose above Dark Knight. That is what it is, right? So that's the state of DC right now, and James Gunn will never match that. He will never match that, and his contract's about to run out, and we're going to talk about that some more for sure. So, is James Gunn nervous? Oh man, Neo Sevens, James Gunn. People thought James Gunn was the hero of DC, but I got a message for y'all.
Is this your king? Huh? Is this your king? Who's supposed to lead you into the future? Him? He's supposed to protect you.
You gunners out there, you gunners and glazers and guzzlers. Gunn was y'all guy, right? Gunn was the guy to be, he got DC figured out. Oh, the DC, he's bringing that Marvel, that Guardians flavor. But you can't give Gunn the proper credit for Guardians if you don't properly acknowledge Nicole Perlman. See, that's what got me canceled off of Twitter 2 years ago. They kicked me off Twitter for a week when I talk about Nicole Perlman, because James Gunn tried to hide to y'all that Nicole Perlman built the orchestructure of the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise. All the characters y'all saw in Guardians of the Galaxy Part 1 was thanks to Nicole Perlman. Because we didn't read the comics of the Guardians was not a comic any of us read. Nicole Perlman, she brought a dead franchise, a comic that none of us was reading. Guardians of the Galaxy, Rocket, what was it? Whatever that guy is, Rocket and Star-Lord, all those guys was nothing before Nicole Perlman did the research and said, yo, Marvel's hot right now, and y'all want some C and D-list characters? I'm going to build a world where, and then you can introduce Thanos into that world. Thanks to Nicole Perlman. She's not a director, so they brought in James Gunn. And Feige said, oh, James Gunn just throw a couple of jokes on top of this, and then we could run this, right? Nicole Perlman's the blueprint of Guardians. And James Gunn tried to push her out and push her writing credits from the WGA. Or was it? Yeah. He tried to push her out of the Writers Guild. That's how grimy James Gunn is. That's why we calling for you to get fired right now, James Gunn. But we're going to get to that. You're a slimy dude out there. Nicole Perlman built the Guardians universe. They've built that foundation for you, James Gunn, to come in and put your jokes, your tasteless jokes, probably, on top of it, and made it a franchise. She did the work on Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon and Groot and everyone you saw in Guardians 1. So that's real. And then Gunn, the type of person he is, he tries to jump on top of you and take your credit. Now, thankfully, Nicole Perlman got her credit. She fought for it. Despite the online campaigns against her, she beat it, and she got her proper credit with the WGA. Go look this up. Google that, okay? I talked about this 2 years ago. So where Gunn is at right now, oh, buddy, some trouble. You flew too close to the sun, as they say. Because, man, you took a man's film in post, and you bombed. They're not blaming the director. They're blaming you, James Gunn. Good stuff, Neo Sevens. Hey, let's give Neo Sevens the cannon.
Cannon.
OGs know. OGs know about that cannon. Let's see. Let's go on. What we got? Again, appreciate y'all. Again, it's the YouTube rules. We gotta have this support, every hour, because they want me to run ads on y'all. And I understand why they say that. It's like, if we're not getting the proper support, we gotta run ads, right? So, but I never doubted Silk Nation. I knew. I never tried to tell y'all this, but when it's time to tell y'all, I know y'all was gonna show up, right? So much love to y'all. CJH. The irony will be his DCU is the pocket universe. Oh, oh, hey. What does James Gunn got to say to you, CJH?
I'm fighting for my life.
Hey, that's the time we on right now, yo. It's crazy out here, y'all. Twitter is crazy right now. Oh my goodness, Bayona. Why is Gunn rushing to put out his DC Mr. Terrific TV show and Jimmy Olsen too? Well, I will tell you right now, and that's what I said last week, is the Jimmy Olsen show is a part of the Gunverse package that Gunn pitched to Zaslav, right? 4 years ago, when Black Adam was failing, Gunn was trying to usurp that. There was a whole thing with that. And part of that package was Peacemaker season 2, his Superman film. It wasn't Supergirl. Supergirl wasn't part of that. Supergirl was not a part of that. That was another thing. That's another DC exec thing that came in. But it was Peacemaker. It was Superman. It was Jimmy Olsen, Creature Commandos. That's what Gunn was trying to do. Even if Black Adam would have blew up, Gunn wanted his own pocket universe. So you're right, Bayona. He wanted his own pocket universe, and he was going to get it. But then when Black Adam failed, then Zaslav like overreacted overall. Just like how James Gunn overreacted.
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
Is that the greatest video ever? Is that the greatest ever? I gotta know in the chat. I need some likes in the chat. I gotta know. Is that the greatest video ever we've seen? Oh man. Hey, that's the time we on today, y'all. Hey, the energy, everyone else, we got all the weirdos out of the chat this past year and two. Got a bunch of weirdos going for Netflix only and all this stuff. We got to clear everybody out of here, man. Nah. It's about the Snyderverse first. Zack Snyder first. If a platform's not treating Zack Snyder good, y'all out of here. Netflix, y'all out. All right? Paramount, we're going to see what y'all do. HBO Max has been supporting Zack Snyder, actually. All right? We're going to see what we do. Vega in the chat, put the gun down, restore the Snyderverse, Seal Nation. I got a fresh conversation with Vega. It's going to drop. I think after we do this stream, we're going to find a good slot to drop this after this holiday weekend. For sure. Vega, he saw the Supergirl film, right? Like, people thought that I would be the one that go be there day one for Supergirl. I haven't seen Supergirl yet, y'all. I have not. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to see it eventually. And the way it's going right now, that is kind of flopping hard. It's flopping pretty hard. But I'm going to see it probably on streaming in about 10 days. The way this is going, I'm not going to the theaters to see this film. But shout out to Vega. He gave a great reaction to what he saw as a real DC fan, because we're the real DC fans. Snyder fans, we stood on business. BVS is a success, and then we got the Snyder Cut. We're the greatest fandom ever. We're the real DC fans, to be quite honest with you. Yes, that's us. That's us. We're the real DC fans, and so what we says goes. And so if this if this Supergirl film is not on par, we say so. So Vega had a great reaction to what he saw on this film, and that video is going to come out very soon on this platform overall. So we're going to talk about the news today. We're going to talk about this bombshell article of James Gunn hijacking the Supergirl film from the director, Craig Gillespie. Oh, did we know it was going to get this hard? It's so funny when y'all see the video with me and Vega, like we were in shock of how crazy this guy. Like, it's like, oh, it went this bad, and then the headlines are going against Gunn this hard. Oh man, it's over for this Gunn DCU. Because the whole thing with Gunn DCU was like, oh, the general audience, they love this, right? They love this hopeful Superman. James Gunn is the architect of this DC world. But no, joke's on you. The general audience has turned against James Gunn. Oh, breaking news. We're going to talk about that today. This is going to be a fun show. We just got started, y'all. We ain't give y'all nothing yet. We 30 minutes into this? It's crazy out here. Let's see. I do appreciate y'all, again, the support, because, again, like YouTube, we got to follow the rules, y'all. Hall says JG did an interview and talked about rewrite and said, I added the Walkman. Oh, if you don't shut your goofy ass up. Gunn, you killed this film, and we got receipts now. James Gunn. See, this is the thing. And again, I'm gonna say this again. I haven't seen Supergirl yet. I have not. And people are like, oh my God, sylabdul, you haven't seen? The only film I haven't seen as far as DC since I started my channel, the only film that was DC that I did not go to the theaters to see was Shazam 2. I was in Arizona at that time. I was doing some family stuff at that time and some business stuff as well. I do my premieres out in Arizona. If y'all don't know this, usually when I get a premiere, I'm in Arizona. And then during the spring and summertime, I'm in Kentucky, right? The black guy from Kentucky, right? Some black guy. So usually I'm in Arizona and get my premieres, and I meet people and I talk to people. Like that's where I get all my information. Right? Just kind of break this to y'all, right? Live. And I haven't seen Supergirl yet. I have not seen the film yet. I kind of made a choice to be like, since Shazam 2, this is probably the first film since then that said, do I gotta see this opening weekend? Do I gotta see it the following Discount Tuesday? Nah, I had no reason to see. So I got a fun video with Vega where he saw the film. I didn't. And he was filling in what happened in the film. And it really played out really well. So it's going to drop to y'all really soon on the podcast channel on YouTube. For sure. Haas says he did the interview and said, the rewrites and all what he did. Oh, man. Gunn killed Gillespie's film. And Jules, when she comes back in a couple weeks, she's going to. I was telling her like 2 months ago. I said, Jules, there's a Gillespie cut. And again, I don't need credit anymore. I had my run in 2022. People know what I did with Ben coming back, Henry coming back. It's like I don't gotta prove anything anymore with that. But Jules will tell y'all in a couple weeks that y'all was telling her a couple weeks ago. I said, yo, Gillespie has a cut. And I think it's getting pushed out. I told her that, and now the story comes out, and it's like, wow, it's insane, right? So, why didn't JG shut up?
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
That's where we're at with the James Gunn angle. With that, James Gunn, he's not happy about this article. I know some people say, "Oh, is this a puff piece for DCU?" This is not good press at all, y'all. Not good press at all. So we're going to get into that right now. But before we do that, real quick, because I appreciate the support on the live stream on YouTube, because that was necessary, because YouTube wants you to run ads. I don't want to run ads on the live crew. I don't want to do that. But the support is there, the proper support. So we ain't got to do all that. Join the Patreon. Links in the description. I'm doing the X-Men 97 reactions over there. I got to do episode 3. I did episode 1 and 2 already of season 2. Episode 3 is coming over this holiday weekend, and we festive. We got a lot of things going on this weekend. So we're going to get to that for sure, before the new episode comes out next Wednesday. X-Men 97 is probably one of the greatest animated series of my lifetime. I'm putting this up there with the Spider-Man animated series, the original X-Men animated series, and the Batman animated series. X-Men 97 is you're talking about being a child again. like watching when they did the X-Force opening. Oh my god, if you know, you know. Oh my goodness. I am such a fan of what they're doing with X-Men 97. Join the Patreon. I got extra bonus live streams over there for Patrons. Patreon.com/sylabdul. Over here for the YouTube crew and the members, I'm going to do more reaction videos for y'all. Like when news drops, I'm going to come straight to YouTube members. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come straight to y'all when, like, this article dropped last night. I should have went live to y'all, YouTube members, last night when it was confirmed that James Gunn hijacked Craig Gillespie's Supergirl film. That's the type of stuff I'm going to come live to y'all on the YouTube members. So become a member. It's only $1.99 a month. And on Patreon for those reviews and my Lanterns reaction is going to be over on the Patreon. I want to let y'all know this right now. So become a Patreon. It's like $1 a month over there as well too. So good stuff. Much appreciated to the support, the constant support of y'all overall. And in the chat when we're live, I try to highlight your members' comments when we're live. So Jack Gates, Gillespie never was seen promoting that film. That's telling, right? That's very telling that the director was pushed aside for his film. But now we know, right? Now we know that Gunn pushed out the Gillespie cut. Oh my goodness, right? That's crazy. Insane. In hindsight, if the director isn't doing major promotion for his upcoming movie, there's some bad news behind the scenes. Yeah, Jack Gates, we've been through this several years at this point. Right? One time we're gonna run. We're gonna run this one time. This is where we at right now. James Gunn, he's fighting for his life.
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
Hey, it couldn't happen to no one better than James Gunn. Oh, you promised it'll be director's autonomy under DC Studios, and then the first film, Gunn, you couldn't direct or write, you wrecked in real time in post. And the general audience, the people out there, they rejected you, James Gunn. Craig Gillespie's gonna be good. Gillespie's gonna do what he's gonna do. They rejected you, James Gunn. This was your cut that came out in theaters that I'm gonna eventually see in like 10 days on HBO Max. Right? I haven't seen this yet. But talking to enough of y'all, knowing that I'm again, I ain't trying to like rank like how big of a DC fan am I. Yo, I grew up hardcore DC, and in the 90s, going to the comic book shop, the local shop for the death of Superman, for Nightfall. That was me. And you, through your marketing of the Supergirl film, Gunn, you turned me away, right? From a film that I was supposed to be really there for. And so that if there's not any more indictments on James Gunn, I'm gonna add another one on top of him, even if it's not as heavy as the other ones. Now, Gunn, you failed the DC fandom in real time. And we're just getting started. We're just going through this. Man, I'm letting the Sil Nation get to y'all, right now. But the world is against y'all right now with this James Gunn DCU. Right? No, it's real. I haven't seen Supergirl. I have not. I'm gonna see it. Right? I'm gonna see it, but I'm not gonna front with y'all, right? Like when I told y'all a couple weeks ago that marketing was turning me off, I meant it. I meant that. I was like, nah, this feels like Shazam 2 all over again. And then talking to my boy Vega, yeah, I was right. I was right. This was not a worthy DC entry. And then when I say that, I say as well, too, James Gunn, Superman 2025, I understand why most of us went to go see that film, because that was the brand. That was Superman. Domestically, we're going to watch Superman. I don't care, who's directing it. Bryan Singer was messing with children, allegedly. I don't want to go too far with that, but I'm just saying. But we checked out his Superman film. Superman Returns bombed. Man, it's a question. Was he a more worthy Superman director than James Gunn? That's wild. If you're James Gunn, you don't want to be on the same sentence as Bryan Singer. I ain't trying to go there with it. Again, I ain't trying to go there with it, but man, we got some questions now, right? Because you fans that said, oh, DC's back 2025, where'd y'all at? Why aren't y'all watching? Y'all ain't watching Supergirl. Why aren't y'all going to the theater to see Supergirl? That's a real question, right? Is this just online? Are y'all just bots online? That's real questions out there. If you turned away me, one of the biggest DC fans, I've championed everything DC for the past 6 years on my platform. And when I don't show up day one for your film, that's a problem. That's what we're seeing. And then what we're seeing too, we're going to talk about Clayface later. Sil Nation, hey, we got some movement on social media, because people were scrambling for Clayface. After I put out one tweet about Clayface, y'all showed up, Sil Nation and Twitter, and people were scrambling, copping pleas about Clayface. The holies in the hole, the holes in the holies coming out today. Oh my goodness. If y'all on Twitter right now, smash the like on Twitter, share this stream. If y'all on YouTube, smash the like, make sure you still subscribe. We ain't get started yet, y'all. We in the first hour. We ain't get started yet. I tried to tell y'all. See, that's the thing. I try to get ahead of what y'all gonna get today. We may get past Snyder Cut levels today. We may get past 4 hours today. Strap in. If there's no ads, if y'all supporting, and we can just do a continuous show, we may give y'all 3 to 4 hours a day. Because we got goofies out there. Y'all know the goofies.
Please go out and support it.
Y'all know the goofies out there, right? Right? Yo. They was trying to tell y'all that just throw all inhibitions away and just support blindly.
Please go out and support it.
Nah. Right? And then you got your boy jammed up right now.
I'm fighting for my life.
It's crazy out there with YouTube right now and social media. But I want to remind y'all, Snyder fans, I'm talking about the Snyder fans. If you were there in 2013 with Man of Steel, when Cavill broke Zod's neck, because now, like, oh, it's good for Supergirl to murk someone alive. Cavill broke someone's neck, broke Zod's neck. And y'all had some problem with that. All of a sudden, y'all have no problem with Supergirl offing anyone, right? We're the real DC fans right here, Snyder fans. We stood on business. BVS is a success, and then we got the Snyder Cut. We're the greatest fandom ever. We're the real DC fans, to be quite honest with you. That's what's real. That's what's real right now. We ain't taking no applications right now. If you wasn't rocking with Man of Steel 2013 or BVS 2016 and roll with us through 17 and 18, 19, to get to the Snyder Cut, y'all not real DC fans. Y'all not. And now in retrospect, y'all seeing what Zack was doing was better than anything y'all got going on right now. Right? Hey, if y'all know, we're going to dictate to y'all today if y'all don't know what's going on. Right? Real quick in the chat, we're going to check with the chat real quick, and we'll get to we ain't even start the show yet. That's what's crazy today. Unreal. I want to highlight members chat in the chat right now. WB will excuse a movie with a bad reception, but a bad movie production, they ain't backing anymore. I think the jig is up, Jack Gates. That's what I think. I think that's what it is. Did some bad things. Yeah. I'm with you with that. I'm with you with that at all. I think what happened is the trades, the shields out there. I'm talking about the trade. You got internet shields, and then you got the trades and the shields with that. They're not rocking with you anymore, James Gunn. It's over.
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
That's what it is right now, right? So let's get to the show now. See, this is crazy. Right? Like, we ain't get started yet. But again, shout real quick, Patreon, link in the description, patreon.com/sylabdul. X-Men 97 reviews, Lanterns reviews next month. It's gonna be wild. Okay, it's gonna be wild over there. Overall, this is what we're talking about today, y'all. Like, let's make no mistakes. Let's make no mistakes where we're going in today. Right? This is what we're talking about. Behind the Batgirl bomb. Oh, I'm sorry, Batgirl. Supergirl bomb. Hey, put in Batgirl, put in everything, right? Supergirl bomb. Competing cuts. Creative differences. Confirmed. We sense this. Like, when this film first dropped, all of y'all that saw this film, y'all was like, yo, Gunn put some notes in this film. We got Yovik in the chat say, yo, KFCU. That's what this film. And when we said this, again, I'm trusting y'all that saw this early. Y'all was hitting me up on emails and DMs and on Twitter. They was like, yo, Gunn put some notes in this film. And I trusted y'all, and I put out my streams 2 weeks ago about that. I was like, nah, this is what it is. If the people are saying this, that's what's going on with this film. And you got the KFCU meal, which was a very good ranch sauce. But this is the reality. James Gunn, you wrecked this Supergirl film. And it's only right. It's only right we can put the blame on you, James Gunn. Why? Because you came out there saying, oh, if the script ain't good, we ain't gonna put the film out there like the script. If the script ain't good, I ain't gonna release it. We say we won't greenlight it until we have a finished script we're happy with. So you was happy with this, James Gunn? You was happy with this, according to the statements you made prior to this. So it's on you. I'm not blaming Craig Gillespie. Craig Gillespie, go right off in the sunset, bro. Go do the small budget films you want to do. Craig Gillespie, seen everyone blaming James Gunn. Yo, our beef is not with you, Craig Gillespie. It's with this dude. Well, Colonel Sanders looking. That's where the beef is at. Oh, you checked every script. But according to the report, we're going to talk about it. I got to save some energy. We're going to talk about this overall. We're just getting started. That's why I said we're going to reach the Snyder Cut levels today, y'all. We got time this 4th holiday weekend. Yes. The jig is up. We seen measures of JG's fans. They couldn't hold a candle to Snyder DC fan. Yo, Neil Savage, you already know. But if I got to remind everyone, who's the real DC fans? Because y'all letting Supergirl sit out there and die. Y'all ain't going to theaters. Y'all ain't doing nothing. We showed up for Man of Steel, for BVS, and we're waiting for y'all to put Snyder Cut in IMAX. We're going to show up for that. And what's crazy, Momoa kind of tipped us off. Oh, I support the Snyder Cut. We showed up for Aquaman. We showed up for Wonder Woman 2017. Don't test the Snyder fandom. We're the real DC fans. We stood on business. BVS is a success. And then we got the Snyder Cut. We're the greatest fandom ever. We're the real DC fans, to be quite honest with you. And I promise y'all ain't getting a Gillespie cut. Y'all ain't never getting that cut. Because too many of y'all turned y'all back on the director and the writer and everyone involved with the Supergirl film. Y'all ain't never getting y'all cut. It's over. But we got our cut as Snyder fans. We got our cut, right? It's over. Let's go forward. So this Supergirl bomb is on the one and only James Gunn. Y'all can't tell me anything different in this article. And I saw y'all bots, because some of y'all same bots, y'all act like it's like my day one out here. Some of y'all same bots out there, I saw y'all when I talk about the Nicole Perlman article that I put out there 2 years ago. Y'all came at me and shut down my Twitter for a week because you gun bots was mad that I exposed your boy. But now, just like the whole world's going to become the Justice League and the Snyderverse, the whole world is against James Gunn in real life. James Gunn, you ticked off the journalists. It's over. It's over. It's already over for the Supergirl. I'm telling you right now, Lantern's going to fail. Clayface is going to fail. And your man tomorrow, you're going to be nervous what they're going to say about your film next summer when your contract's going to be up anyway. See, a lot of y'all, you Gunn fans, y'all stupid. Okay? Y'all stupid out there. Because y'all was like, oh, Supergirl, there's just one loss. We're going to go forward. No. What's coming up next? Lanterns. Brown Lanterns is up next. Not Man of Tomorrow. Nah. Man of Tomorrow's not. Y'all got a whole year to get to Man of Tomorrow. Y'all got to pull up for us DC, our real DC fans, because it's not y'all. Yo, we left Supergirl for y'all to go support Supergirl. Oh, y'all ain't support it? So y'all not as big as y'all think y'all is with y'all bot accounts on Twitter. So that means y'all probably ain't gonna watch Lanterns, or the critics gonna kill y'all. And Clayface, y'all ain't going to theaters. If y'all don't support Supergirl, y'all ain't going to see Clayface. And if Supergirl got 38 million, Clayface getting less than 20 million in October. It's over for the DCU. That's why we're on this hashtag fire James Gunn, because it's over. And Supergirl, y'all crossed over y'all Superman. Corn Sweat was in Superman. And y'all didn't show up. Y'all, that's a chink in your armor right there. It's over. That is what it is. Take it how you want to take it. That's what's going on. That's the numbers. Again, if you brought numbers, then that's what I was saying last summer. And some people, even some Snyder fans, y'all didn't understand what I was doing last summer. I said, let's see the real numbers that comes in. Let's not deal with false numbers anymore. And Sil Nation, I'm going to tell you right now, we're not going to do false numbers ever. Let's actually operate. What are they actually doing? And then once we see that it fails, that Superman didn't get better than Man of Steel, then we can say, okay, why'd you reboot this DC universe if your new Superman is not as famous as the old Superman? Right? That's where we're at. We got Music City, OG in the chat. This whole thing is on Gunn, introducing all these side characters before the Trinity is crazy. They dropped an article about Mr. Terrific. And what's crazy, and Music City knows, again, that thing, Brokeback Lanterns is wild. That's wild in the chat. Y'all wild in the chat. Mr. Terrific, we want the Trinity. As solid as Mr. Terrific was in the Superman film 2025, the rewatch value isn't there. I mean, it's, if you like it, you like it. I can't convince you not to like something that you like. Mr. Terrific, this should have been the first series you came out with before Jimmy Olsen. This is a joke of a DC universe. Long-term DC fans are reaching out to me every day, y'all, saying this is a joke. We gave Gunn a chance, and we're done giving him a chance. That's why I'm here to tell y'all that y'all think we're playing with this, right? like, no, it's over. The jig is up. Again, I know a lot of my long-term viewers in the chat, y'all was like, I told you James Gunn was going to fail. We'll put y'all to the side. Y'all were right. Okay, y'all were right. I'm talking about a certain segment that knew Snyder was the best DC we saw live action ever. But we were open to any iteration, just like Burton, just like Schumacher, just like Nolan, Snyder, Reeves, right? So, Gunn, what are you going to do? Okay, you kind of pump faked a little bit with Superman 2025. Oh, Supergirl, you ain't bringing the DC universe with Supergirl? I got a great review from Kevin Smith we're going to talk about on this stream. We got so much time today, y'all. Oh, my goodness. This is the holiday weekend. I already ate? Oh, man. My stomach's good right now. We going Snyder Cut levels today. Woo! Media City says he introduced these characters for Trinity, and then Mr. Terrific. I'm saying save your Mr. Terrific. I want Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. If I don't get them first, I don't care whatever you're announcing. I don't care. I don't care about Lanterns, Clayface, Jimmy Olsen, Mr. Terrific. I don't care. Gunn. This is what the DC fans are saying. This obscure stuff that you thought you was going to skate by. The first problem you had, it wasn't Creature Commandos. People say, oh, Creature Commandos, no one watched it. Yes, it's animated. You can always skirt around that. It's animated. Creature Commandos was actually decent until the finale. I'm not even going to argue about that. Superman. Domestically, we were all disposed to say, it's a new Superman film. I'm going to check it out with my family. Grandpas and grandmas took their grandchildren to go see Superman. All that extra thrust to that film, you got 619. Not bad, not bad. Not as good as Man of Steel. And according to your profit number, you didn't really get over 100 million. You didn't get 100 million profit for that film from theaters. So James Gunn's Superman 2025 was not the big success that they needed it to be. It was enough to do a sequel under this production deal of James Gunn and Peter Safran. We talked about this very recently. This is just a production deal. That's all it is. They greenlighting certain characters. They can't use Batman. They can't use Wonder Woman. I don't care what people, you got people out there who are random Twitter people becoming scoopers now saying Wonder Woman's in Man of Tomorrow. If Wonder Woman's in Man of Tomorrow, this is what I'm going to say. This one, I'm going to get it to y'all right now, okay? Because this is how crazy this is. I'm telling y'all, Gunn and Safran can't use Batman. And it's looking like they can't use Wonder Woman or Flash or Aquaman. Anything that was in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Then all of a sudden, they got Martian Manhunter. Stay with me. If, because I haven't confirmed any reports out there. If Martian Manhunter's in Man of Tomorrow, and if they put Wonder Woman in James Gunn's Man of Tomorrow, that's his last film. It's over. This is more like give you a nod because it's over. Paramount's coming in and cleaning the slate. So, in a way, I hope you do Martian Manhunter. I hope you do that, James Gunn. I hope you shoehorn in Wonder Woman, an A-list DC character. This isn't some B-list, C-list, D-list. Wonder Woman, because of the Snyderverse, Wonder Woman has become the A-list character. So if you're not bringing the real Wonder Woman, it's a disservice. Just like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman. So Gunn, I hope you shoehorn in Wonder Woman in your Man of Tomorrow film and do it a disservice, because that means you're done. So we'll see. We'll see with that, right? We'll see. I have not heard anything definitive that she's in the film. And we ain't start the show yet, y'all. I got to give love to the members in the chat. I got to highlight your comments when I get a chance. And then let's get into this article right now. James Gunn hijacked this man's film. For months, DC Studios knew the film wasn't working. Oh, it sounds like me in December, 8 months ago. I told y'all that they weren't expecting nothing better than Black Adam. And the internet scoffed. DC Twitter scoffed at Sylabdul and Syl Nation when I said they're not expecting better than Black Adam. In December of 2025, I told y'all this. The receipts are there. The videos are there. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised what's going on with this film. But the rest of y'all, some people are catching up. For months, they knew. It leaked out to me. Things came to a head in March when the studio tested its own cut against one from filmmaker Gillespie. So James Gunn made a cut of the film to compete against the director's cut. How disrespectful is that? Just how disrespectful if you're a director and the studio is trying to come up with a cut to beat you. That's why Craig Gillespie say, "Oh, I'm out. I'm going to do something else over there. I'm done with this superhero crap." OGs know Jovic, right? Maria said, "Oh, it was triggers." I said, Black Adam numbers or less. That was my report. I said the high mark for Supergirl was Black Adam, meaning the low mark was less than 300 million. And that's what they're getting. So once again, sylabdul was right. But I mean, but what I'm seeing now too, the DC Twitter stratosphere, they're very tuned into what Syl Nation says, what sylabdul says on Twitter. We're going to talk about Clayface in a little bit here. There's a little story about Clayface. I can't wait to talk about today. Oh my goodness. This is a full show, y'all. Oh man. Let's get into it. So, this article. What are we talking about? This is coming across, I think this is coming across good for y'all on the article, okay? First off, test scores, we're not, just like when I said years ago with the late great Mikey Sutton, we denounced Rotten Tomatoes 5 years ago. We said, no, Rotten Tomatoes is not a proper metric. You can spam it critically. You can spam an audience. It's about cinema score, and we're going to trust the numbers overall, right? So that is what it is. Test scores never give you a proper thought on this. You got your Shield accounts out there who are propping up test scores for Batgirl, for Supergirl, for several films. We cannot trust anyone. So I'm just letting y'all know right now. Like when I get a report, when I see on social media that someone's boosting up some test scores for a DC film, especially, I'm denouncing it. I'm saying, no, this is not real. Maybe they're paid for. I don't know. I told you the real test scores. When I got screenings for people told me about Aquaman back in the day, Aquaman 2, The Flash. I gave it a real test score. The real, not even test scores, it was a real reaction from the films. I don't trust you Shields out there. All the accounts out there that was pushing to y'all, oh, the test scores are good. Man, shout out to Mr. West Ashley Peely in the chat. Peely, Gunn, the Gunn house is on fire. Anyone out there pushing y'all DC test scores, especially if it's HIJACKED or Gunverse, y'all know they're lying. This Supergirl is the grand crescendo on top of all this. Like, Peely, we needed this. We needed a full-blown flop because we know, Peely, the machine was behind James Gunn's Superman 2025. They was going to rig it to as much as possible if they needed to for it to look good. And so Superman 2025 skated by. It skated by. It didn't do as good as Man of Steel. They couldn't fake that. right, Peely? They couldn't fake that Superman couldn't beat Man of Steel. So they were just like, we made some profit somewhere, and people still running with numbers that don't exist. But with Supergirl, what happened, a number of things. Gunn ticked off the journalists, and then they realized Paramount's coming in and cleaning house. Gunn, you're not going to be there by next spring, bro. That's why the journalists are turning against you right now. They're saying, oh, the jig is up. It's going to be a new regime. And it may be more complete than we thought. Because through the AT&T, Time Warner, all these other regimes that came in and pushed out Zack, now you have someone that's coming in, Paramount, that can clear out all the legacy DC execs. Safran, you're up first. When we say fire James Gunn, Saffron, don't think we're not talking about you. You're the first one that we're talking about. It's just James Gunn. That's a nice name. That's a neat hashtag. But shout out to y'all saying fire Gunn and Saffron. Do what you do. Do what you do. I just lean to the fire James Gunn because everyone's going out with Gunn. Right? I told y'all a couple months ago, they forced James Gunn to do the Supergirl film. The legacy DC brand execs forced James Gunn to do Supergirl. I don't got to repeat myself anymore. All right, okay? So Gunn is a part of the problem. He is the problem, and he's a part of a bigger problem. Fire all of them. Gunn, Saffron, all the DC brand execs that was there since Sujihara era and even before that. David Ellison got to come in there and clear out everyone if he wants DC to be great again, as they say. Because it was on y'all watch that y'all didn't put out the air cut. It was on y'all watch that y'all allowed Jeff Johns to push out BVS and the reactions and push out Zack Snyder in real time. It was on y'all watch. See, this predates Gunn and Saffron. This is Sujihara. This is Emmerich. This is Hamada. And this is the nameless DC brand execs that's in the building right now. They should be gone. And low key, I'm just putting it out there. I'm just putting this out here. If I find out Jim Lee was any part of this DC brand collective, then he needs to go out as well too. As great as I love Jim Lee's art, he has the greatest X-Men art I've ever seen. I grew up looking at Jim Lee art. He has drawn the greatest Batman ever. But Jim Lee, if you was a part of any of these brand execs that pushed out Zack, that was pushing forward this fake DCU Gunn stuff, you need to go too. Let's put in Scott Snyder, because Scott Snyder was going to do a Zack Snyder Snyderverse comic in 2021. If anyone that's against us or is not for us, they're against us. Scott Snyder is on our side. He was ready to do whatever Zack Snyder wanted to do in 2020 and 2021. Jim Lee, and again, I promise Jim Lee, like, you're my favorite artist ever, bro. But it's the brand first. It's the DC brand first. If you ain't protecting the brand, you got to go. Again, I have no evidence on Jim Lee, but it seems pretty interesting. You're friendly with everyone. Now, I think Zach will vouch for Jim Lee, and that may save you. But yo, I got enough of your art. I got some collectible stuff. I can make like $1,000 off of your art, Jim Lee. If your run is over, it's gonna be over. That's what I'm saying. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Again, that's just allegedly. But all I'm trying to tell you right now, because people say, okay, Gunn and Saffron, yeah, fire them. Yes. Fire them. But there's other DC execs, and all of them got to go as well, too. Anyone's in collusion with this, y'all got to go. David Ellison going to come in there, Paramount, clear all of them out. That's where we're at. That's where we're at with that. So in this article here, again, test scores, all this fake stuff behind the scenes, nah, we're done with that. It says, who wrote this article? Hold on. This ain't Kim Masters. I know this ain't Kim. Okay, Boris Kitt. I'm just going to say, Boris Kitt, low key, Boris Kitt, you came at me when I was talking about Cavill and Black Adam. I told y'all the week Henry Cavill shot his Black Adam scene, and Boris Kitt tried to come at me. So I'm still a little petty against you as well, sir. I'm just saying. But let's go through this article, okay? He says, it's a moment of extreme disappointment for those involved as the stakes were high, particularly for DC. Supergirl will be a key test for Warner Bros. Division as its first feature not written and directed by Gunn, but hijacked by Gunn. Okay, I added that. Following Superman. It needed to work to prove the studio could expand beyond projects directed by Gunn. The A-list filmmaker, Gunn's not A-list. Okay, let's be good. What's deemed the A-list? Hold on. I'm gonna pull this up. What is the definition of a A-list director? I want to bring this up here. Hold on. Top tier overall. If you come out with a film that just makes $619, you're not an A-list director. I need $700-800 million. James Gunn. I know your Guardians was hot with Feige and Nicole Perlman, but that's where it stops. You came to DC, flop with the Suicide Squad, and then your Superman film made less than $700 million. You're not an A-list director. So let's just put that out there. Again, I don't like you're not A-list. 600. Nolan wouldn't. Nolan's gonna come out. He's gonna do his numbers. No, you're not on Nolan's level, bro. Zack Snyder, you're not on Zack Snyder's level. Are we serious? You come up with a film and it's less than 700 or less than 670. I'm gonna cheat. You're not A-list, bro. You got to build up to the pinnacle and you got to keep going. Zack Snyder built up, right? Dawn of the Dead, 300, Watchmen, Man of Steel, all right? BVS. If Snyder Cut would have came out, Zack Snyder would have made $1 billion in the box office. When he comes back out to the box office, Zack Snyder's going to clean up. Gunn, you're not an A-list director. Come on now. You can't have that. Yeah, Scott Snyder's saving DC right now. While Jim Lee's in the house. That's what I'm saying. Jim Lee, the jig is up for you too. And yeah, I ain't trying to play everybody's business out there. I'm just saying, Jim Lee, you better come out on the right side of history. You know what I'm saying? You could be a legend all you want. We could legend, we could bronze you all you want. That means you ain't got no motion right now. Like we'll put you in the Raptors right now because it's over. Your career is over. You better be on the right side of this, Jim Lee. That's all I'm saying. You got to come up with numbers. You ain't no A-list James Gunn. Get on out of here with that, bro. You got Guardians, yeah. I get the Feige and Nicole Perlman. Peacemaker season 2 flopped. The Suicide Squad flopped. While other films was making money in COVID, somehow you lost money, James Gunn. How's that? I'm of the opinion, if you're in the same classroom as everyone else, we're judging off your other peers' works, James Gunn. Your other peers made money when you didn't. Just saying. It says months later, Supergirl outcome is now well known. The movie starring Millie Alcock that was budgeted from 170 to 180. They spent $180 million on this film. That's your first problem, James Gunn. This film should have been under $100 million. This film, if you were not going to adapt the actual comic, then why are you trying to go cosmic? Now, if you're going to actually do the comic, you would have made some money off of this. It would have made a better story. But you spent $180 million and you didn't adapt the superior story. Another L on James Gunn's watch. It crashed and burned, as it says, on his opening weekend. Yo, y'all said $38 million? Nah. Only got $37 million. We're petty over here. You ain't getting $38 million. You're getting 37. That's less than Joker 2. Hey, this is a petty Saturday. It's the holiday weekend. It is what it is. Now, real quick, let's keep going through this article here. It's crazy. It's crazy. Are you losing money? It says, while one failure need not be an indictment of a slate, but y'all indicted Zack Snyder on BVS. We're not taking any shortcuts with this. You shields out there, Boris Kid. Again, Boris Kid, you was very funny with me when I was telling y'all the Henry Cavill story coming back from Black Adam. So I'm going to be petty with you today, Boris Kid. All right? Everyone's very taking an indictment on Zack Snyder off of BVS alone. So, no. You have one misstep, it's on site. That's what y'all taught us with Warner Brothers and DC. It's on site. Any supposed slip up. The only thing you can say about BVS, they had a big drop second weekend. I'm going to give you that because it was so front opened. It was a front opened film. That's what BVS was. And so it did have a big drop second weekend. But then the Ultimate Edition comes out, does crazy with physical and digital sales. And we kept winning to today. They're selling hot toys and figurines from BVS to the day. How many of y'all think 10 years from now you're going to get a Supergirl hot toy, a Lobo hot toy? Y'all ain't getting that in a year from now. Y'all not getting your director's cut, your ultimate cut for Supergirl because you Gunn fans didn't hold down the Supergirl film. That's how great BVS was. But now it's like, oh, one film shouldn't kill your career, but y'all tried to bury Zack Snyder. But again, we know what happened after that. The Snyder Cut came out. And Zack Snyder's doing business with multiple studios. So stay tuned, right? Stay tuned with that. But now y'all want to save Gunn. Oh, one film shouldn't, right? Was Alcock right for the role? That's up to y'all. That's all the film. I mean, I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to see it eventually. But I did hear Millie Alcock wasn't the ultimate problem with the film. So I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say she wasn't the problem. Was Gillespie right for the take? We didn't get his film. Gunn, you pushed out, you hijacked the director of the film. So we don't even know what Gillespie's film is. I can't speak on how good his film is. I can talk about Gunn's version. That's bombing. 37 million opening weekend, 70% drop second weekend. One of the worst drops ever in the history. And then next weekend, it's probably your last week in theaters, Supergirl. 21 days, you're going to be out of the theaters. Come to digital, HBO Max, end of this month. It's over. Pack it up. It's over. So the actress, the lead actress, I don't think she's the problem. The director, I don't think he's the problem. Are audiences tired of superheroes? No. Deadpool Wolverine made over $1 billion. Spider-Man's going to break the bank at the end of this month. Avengers Doomsday going to. The problem is the characters you're putting up. These need to be event films, not some side characters, not, some building out your cinematic universe. No, Gunn, you failed. Okay? You picked the wrong film to go second in your cinematic universe. That's what happened. Alcock isn't the problem. No, dang, that's wild. That's wild. She was a problem. Okay, she was a problem, but not the problem. Okay, I'll give you that. I haven't seen it, so I can't speak on it wholeheartedly. Superhero fatigue is not real. No, superheroes needs to be event films. That's what it needs to be. That's why Spider-Man's going to do great. That's why Avengers is going to do great, right? Let's keep this going. Was opening the movie in late June a mistake? Yes and no. This is my take on this. The release date, because we lampooned this like all year. We say, yo, why would you release this a week after Toy Story 5? Because Toy Story 5 is going to be generational. Now we see Toy Story 5 is on the trajectory that's going to be the top 3 animated film ever. Right? Toy Story 5. You're talking about Incredibles 2. You're talking about Frozen. You're talking about all kinds of stuff up there. Super Mario, the first one. That's what Toy Story 5 is doing. I've seen that film with the family. Everyone should go see Toy Story 5. All right? Children, teenagers, adults. Everyone should go see Toy Story 5. Even so, Supergirl, if it was actually a decent film, you still would have got your money even against Toy Story 5, because that only would help you. We're in the days of Barbenheimer. You do double features. You do, you know what I'm saying? You watch 3 films a weekend. You cinephiles out there. I do when I get a chance. I just didn't get around to it with Supergirl. But if the film was good, Supergirl would have still made his money, even in the face of Toy Story 5. Minions is coming in tracking low. See, this is how hard the Gunn failed. Yes, you did come against Toy Story 5, and that was a worthy opponent. Toy Story 5 is great. If you just made a decent film that the audience liked, see, the audience score was low for Supergirl. The word of mouth is bad because of the quality of the film, not the release date. You still could have made your money in the face of Toy Story 5. And now Minions is tracking low. So this is a double fail for DC and James Gunn particularly. We're putting all on James Gunn. Everyone else could fit in. Minions is tracking at 60 million. So Supergirl, if you would have came out with a better film, you could have got 60 opening weekend and 30 to at least challenge Minions its second weekend. And Toy Story 5 is doing 30 million the third weekend. You could have been in the top 3. You're not even in the top 3 because you came out with a bad film. So, and that's what someone asked me last week is, like, what if they would have came out with a different weekend? Yeah, this film would have failed any month. If you would have came out in May, Project Hail Mary would have ate your lunch. April, Michael Jackson would have ate your lunch. Toy Story is destroying you now. Minions coming up with a soft release going to destroy you easily. And then you got Moana coming out soft release. This is the biggest fail probably in DC history because you could have made some numbers even in this slot that you're in right now. That's the problem, that you didn't come out with quality. It wasn't a release date. I'm a believer that you come out whenever you want. Barbenheimer showed us that no matter when you come out, if it's quality, Barbie, Oppenheimer, you're making $1.9 billion. If you're trash, you're Supergirl. Bottom 3 DC film ever. As far as performance. But it's sad that you had an opening your second weekend to make some noise, and now you don't because your film's trash. Unreal. I don't care about again. Barbie made his money. I don't care what y'all think about. I'm talking about money makers. That's what we're talking about. Unreal. Let's go further. It says here, was the budget too high? Yes, I agree. The budget was too high. 180 million was way too much. If you weren't adapting the comic, you should have did a more grounded story and have more of the DC characters. And Kevin Smith has one of the greatest reviews of Supergirl. We're going to talk about it later. One of the greatest reviews I've seen for this film. For someone, Kevin Smith is the biggest shield ever, but he's the realest shield. I don't need no slander on Kevin Smith. He gives it to you chivalry as possible, but he's real as possible. Y'all find out in just a minute here. According to the report, see, all the flaws are coming out. The holes in the holy is all coming out. They got to see the fraud and the blood on the hand. Gunn and Gillespie had creative differences over the direction of the movie. According to numerous sources, the film never found its footing in post-production process. Whew. Man, this is a bombshell. we got to breathe for a minute. That was a lot. That sentence was a lot. Oh, man. What was we saying? The film never found its footing, and it says the test scores, which we don't care about test scores anymore, never escaped the 60s. According to multiple insiders, another insider said the movie's top score was 70. And I believe that was the Gillespie cut. See, y'all out there on social media, you guzzlers and glazers, y'all acting like Gunn was the best cut. Gillespie had a 70 score, and then they still went against him. They recut his film in post, and then they reshot some scenes against his will. This is a hijack. This is a stick up, right? You putting your hands up. Like, that's what happened to Gillespie. Gunn hijacked this man's film, even though he scored in the 70 percentile. Smoking gun right here. They were not creatively aligned is a polite way of describing the things one insider says. Other insiders dispute this characterization. And these are the shields. Like Boris Kit got to bring the shields in. Again, you challenged me, Boris Kit, so I know you're on the take, allegedly. It says Gunn and Safran and Gillespie had a normal amount of healthy friction any filmmaker and studio have as part of the process of making the movie better. Oh, like Zack Snyder, y'all bring in Jeff Johns and John Berg on the set. Was that healthy? Was that a healthy friction? We're not falling for this, right? We're not falling for this spin. This is Boris Kit. Again, he's the one that challenged the Snyderverse. I'm trying to make this very clear who we're reading right here, y'all. He's saying, oh, he got an insider. Oh, it wasn't that bad. But we know how bad it got for Zack Snyder. Again, with Jeff Johns and John Berg on set giving him notes, how humiliating that was for Zack Snyder. Making the Snyder cut, and they coming in, Jeff Johns coming here giving him a note. John Berg giving him a note. Jeff Johns couldn't survive as an exec over a calendar year. And he tried to give Zack Snyder some notes. Humiliating. That's how humiliated Craig Gillespie was. James Gunn coming in here. Exactly. Gillespie got 70 percentile. And Gunn still pushed out his cut. We're not buying this, man. Nah. Y'all can say y'all respect Gillespie all y'all want. Gillespie came out publicly and said, yo, Gunn jumped in and gave me notes. There's quotes out there. Gillespie was throwing the red flag weeks ago. He said, yo, Gunn came in here and gave me all these notes. He put the needle drops in, and then I signed on for another film over there. I'm done. Shout out to Craig Gillespie. Okay? We got no smoke for you. We got no smoke for you. I don't. We know what happened. Now we really know. Now we really know what happened. It says filming wrapped in May 2025. So it was a couple months ago. This is a late, right? Because that was the reshoots. That wasn't Gillespie. The reshoots came in, they came in a couple months ago to hijack his film. Well, that was last year. But still, the point, they hijacked him last year. It says Gillespie knew the movie wasn't working. That's what they say. The studio and Gillespie. I'm going to let Gillespie speak for himself. I don't trust what y'all saying that Gillespie didn't think it would work. Gillespie had his cut of the film. Y'all came in the studio, DC Studios, and hijacked his film. Okay? So I want to correct what I said. It wasn't a couple months ago. It was last year. Gillespie was pushed out. After the December test screening proved to be just okay, that was Gillespie, the studio decided, that was a 70 cut right there. Last December, Gillespie had a 70 cut. And that's when I told y'all this is Black Adam level. It's all lining up, right? It's all lining up. They decided then to recut his film. The studio take matters into their own hands and took charge of the post-production to make its own cut. They brought in fantastic writer Jeremy Slater. They brought him in. That's Gunn's friend wrote fantastic, destroyed the Josh Trank film, right? That's what y'all know. This is where we're at. Destroyed this man's film in post. He shot his film. It tested decent enough. I think the audience would have accepted Gillespie's cut. We're never going to see that cut because you Gunn fans have turned on Gillespie and the writer, Anna Nogueira. Everyone's around us except the execs, except James Gunn and Peter Safran. So you're never going to get the real cut of this film. It's over. Y'all not like us, okay? Y'all not like the Snyder fans. Why? Because we're the real DC fans. I'm putting y'all on notice right now. What we says goes. We said the Supergirl film was not going to work. What we says goes. We stood on business. BVS is a success, and then we got the Snyder cut. We're the greatest fandom ever. We're the real DC fans, to be quite honest with you. I'm just saying. Y'all not the real DC fans. You Gunn, Guzzlers, Glazers, all y'all. Y'all not the real DC fans. We are. We didn't show up for this film. It failed. And then the general audience did not show up as well. Over. And then y'all didn't show up. Like all this talk on Twitter. I saw someone on Twitter. This man had like a million views on Twitter. If 1 million of y'all would have went to buy a ticket to this film, it would have made a little money. So this YouTube's not Twitter's not real. Y'all not real. Is it a bot farm on Twitter? Because all these tweets, oh, I love it, and Supergirl's the greatest, but it ain't translating to the box office. It was DOA before it even released. I've never seen that in my time doing these social media. Like I've never seen a film bomb before it came out. And now, according to the reports, and we'll get the real numbers by tomorrow or by Monday, is a 73% drop. Where y'all at? We showed up for Man of Steel, BVS. We're ready for Snyder Cut to come out in IMAX. We're going to show up for that. Where y'all at for Supergirl? This is your DCU world, but y'all didn't show up. So all this talk on Twitter, I just gotta imagine this is all bot likes and retweets. Like, what's going on? That's where we at. What we got? So they took this man's cut. Like, this is just egregious. Brought in his favorite writer to reshoot the film. Let's see. He wrote an unmade feature. He wrote The Authority, and that script got slammed. So like, you got a script that didn't even make it to production, and you thought he should be the one to rewrite the Supergirl ending. It seems he helped with writing scenes for a 9-day shoot of additional photography. Y'all took Gillespie's film away from him. This is Joss Whedon all over again. How do you come in with another writer and it seems like someone else had the camera, it wasn't Gillespie, to do a 9-day shoot without Gillespie? And you kind of diss the original writer, Anna Nogueira, but she has her contract. She's not gonna snitch on you, Gunn. She has her NDAs. She's getting paid. Y'all took this man's film away from him. A 9-day shoot. That's what Joss Whedon did to Zack Snyder. Yes. This is disgusting. Nasty work. How dare you come in here and take over this man's production and basically do 2 weeks without him, without his story, without his vision, without his direction. And that's the film you put out. And you put his name on it, just like they put Zack Snyder's name on Justice, act like that was Zack Snyder's film, and it wasn't. That's what you did, James Gunn. Unreal. Nasty work, y'all. And then this is how we know Gunn had a big hand in this. The music was a key friction point. Gillespie said, I don't want no needle drops, bro. Gillespie's like, I just want to make a anti-hero story. That's what Gillespie wanted to do. All y'all out there that saw the film, we're gonna spoil it. I don't care. Okay. At the end of the film, Supergirl kills the villain, right? That was Gillespie's vision. He wanted Supergirl to be raw. Now, the whole feminist anti-male thing, I don't know if that's what Gillespie really wanted, but go ahead, have at it. He wanted Supergirl to be raw in an original take, not like the comics. So I'm just gonna give him that. Okay, you had your vision. I want to see your vision. I just want to see. We don't see it. We can't even judge what he actually did. That's why it's tonally off. Those that saw the film, I haven't seen it yet, but I know the film y'all saw was tonally off. And then once you got to the end, you're like, oh man, she murked dude. And most of y'all was like, I'm good that she took dude out. Give credit to Gillespie for that. Okay. That was the film he was trying to make. That now she's raw and yeah, it's going to get ugly. She's not like Superman. She's not like Kal-El. And it was an original take. And I'm good with it. We're fine with original takes. If you could see your vision through. James Gunn made the ultimate sin, didn't allow this man to see his vision through. And his cut that tested decent enough last December, Gunn decided to cut up. That's what happened. Yeah, people out there saying, oh, Gunn made it better. I can't tell. I can't tell he made this better according to the reactions of people that saw this film. Because the cut I heard about was more anti-hero. And again, like, was we gonna like the Supergirl character? Was it, spot on? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a mid-film that Gillespie was gonna do, but it wasn't as bad as what you just got in the theaters. That's the point. I don't mind. Hey, if that's your best effort and it's a mid-level, okay, you do what you do, right? People think Black Adam's mid-level. I love Black Adam. The Flash, that's mid-level. I like the Flash film. Was Gillespie on a par of those films? Maybe he was. Gunn, you made his film worse. That's the problem. That's the problem. Let's continue. The needle drops. From his first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, Gunn established himself as the master of the movie soundtrack. I know no one called him that. And the all-important needle drop. This is so perfect that Gunn, you're a meme now to needle drop, James Gunn. Because you said, we're going to champion director's vision, and you did what they did to Zack Snyder, to Gillespie. You deserve these memes, James Gunn. You deserve this. You're a needle drop meme. He earned praise from Guardians, of course. We know he hijacked Nicole Perlman, allegedly. Gillespie has a reputation with music as well. Gillespie, according to the reports, Gillespie had his own idea with how the music was going to go. Gillespie was probably more of a score type of guy, have a music score. Gunn came in and said, no, needle drop. So that's your knock, that's your threat right there. That Gillespie had a different version of how the music was supposed to go. And Gunn hijacked this man's film with needle drops. Gillespie's not a needle drop guy. So in this film, according to people I talked to that saw the film, I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to see it when it comes on HBO Max. Probably in 10 days, I'm going to see it. Okay. Not since Shazam 2, I skipped the DC film in theaters. I skipped Supergirl because of the marketing and those terrible clips they were putting out. I said, nah, I'm not wasting my time. And now people are saying this is less than a mid film, a generic film. And those needle drops was all James Gunn. I heard there was multiple needle drops in the film. You go to a bar, needle drop. At the end, needle drop. That's not Gillespie. As it says, the song choice came from Gunn. Caught red-handed, blood on the hands. James Gunn. You ruined this man's film, James Gunn. Unreal. It says here, yeah, multiple editors. They chopped this man's film up, man. This is sad to see. There were signs that things were getting better. Deep in the winter, test scores improved to hit low 70s. That was Gillespie's cut. However, rather than continue to tinker away on that cut, the studio decided to force a bake-off by creating two cuts. See, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Gillespie had a decent cut last December. Then they did a bake-off. Like, what is it? Cookies? Brownies? What are we talking about here? They put the Gillespie cut against the studio cut. So Gillespie's cut was good enough. Then they took his cut, and the Gunn brought in his editors and writers, did 9 days of reshoot to go against Gillespie's cut. Unreal, man. This is crazy. A bake-off, bro. This is a joke, right? Oh, my goodness. This is egregious. Now, again, this is Boris Kit. Boris, you're a shield, okay? If no one knows this, I'm telling you, you are, okay? I'm just some black guy from Kentucky, so I get it. But I know what you tried to come against what I was talking about Cavill in 2022. I'm here to expose everyone, right? So I know you got some shields and some shield sources, right? It's unclear what major differences emerge. I'm here to tell you, I told y'all about Gillespie's cut months ago. Jules will tell you, when Jules come back, she'll tell you what I told her about the cut. It was an anti-hero film. Supergirl was very, very messy in that film, but it was consistent. I don't know what y'all saw in the final cut. That wasn't what Gillespie envisioned. It wasn't uneven, right? That's the thing. Like the headphones and the Star-Lord outfit, that wasn't Gillespie's idea. They say Gillespie's version was 11 minutes longer. I will say, okay, you can try to level that out as much as you want. Gillespie's cut, they took out like 20 minutes plus of his cut. And then they added footage to the studio cut. You see, so this isn't even a fair, Gillespie was just 11 minutes longer, so it's not that much. No. Y'all put in new footage in the studio cut. That wasn't Gillespie's cut. Did y'all put that 9-day reshoot in? See, that's what I'm saying. Boris, you tried to say some truth, but then you kind of left out some truth. Unreal. When the two competing versions tested, the score surprisingly dropped. What? How? Gillespie had a 70 cut And then just standing next to the turd of the Gunn cut, Gillespie's cut dropped. This is crazy, bro. Oh my God. Oh, this is dead. How just being in the presence of Gunn's cut, Gillespie's film got worse. Hey, the article's out there, y'all. They try to clean this up as much as they could. It's out there. Okay. Somehow, Gunn, you made his film worse. Shout out to Board in the chat. How do you make a film worse? Standing next to you. That's what Gunn accomplished, y'all. Unreal. I'm glad Gunn's cut failed like this. Bottom 3 DC film ever. You, James Gunn, did this. It says Gillespie's version scores strongly on song choices, pacing, and villain. Gillespie's song choices was better. This is I want Gillespie's cut, but I don't want them to get any W from this. Let all this die. This is gonna be buried knowing that Gillespie had a superior cut with better song choices, pacing, and villain. Oh my goodness. Gunn wrecked this man's film.
I'm fighting for my life.
Unreal. This is crazy. Right in front of our face. This is what James Gunn just did. Oh, man. So Gillespie's cut was better. The studio chose its cut as the one to go to theaters. The differences were not particularly pronounced. I'm saying that Gillespie, they cut out 20 plus minutes of his film, and his film still scored decently in the 70s, and they did not release his cut. It's insane. Again, I'm not going to go in and be like, release the cut. No, I want y'all to lose. Y'all got to lose. Okay? Y'all got to lose. It had to happen. And Gillespie, he's going to be okay. Right? Gillespie's going to be okay. And he's fine. Like, okay, y'all going to put this L on me. I'm going over here doing my character-driven films. Much, much success and blessings to Craig Gillespie. They did you wrong. We did deserve to see your cut with better song choices and pacing, because one of the biggest issues I heard about the Gunn cut, that's what it is pacing issues. Editing is terrible. Needle drops everywhere. That wasn't Gillespie's cut. They have a better, have we heard this before? They have a better cut of this film in the votes. But you know what? This time, though, because I don't like Gunn fans, let's let it bury. Let's let it lie. Let it die. That's a sacrifice. A sacrifice has to happen here, y'all, right? And Gillespie, he knows what time it is. He's okay, I'm out. Sacrifice my cut. We'll take it. Because we needed Gunn to fail publicly. We needed a Gunn not just fail in the box office. We needed him to fail with critics and audience. We got the triple trifecta with this. Now we know this was Gunn's cut. Yes. This had to happen, y'all. Studio insiders paint the back and forth process as routine. That's your shield, Boris. We don't believe you. You need more people. It happens more than you think. Yeah, we saw what happened with Zack Snyder. Was that a normal routine? Nah, I'm gonna lean on the studio that crapped on Zack Snyder, did it again to Craig Gillespie. I'm gonna lean on maybe that's possible that happened right there. Say, we didn't just come in to do Zack Snyder's vision. They lied to us in 2017. Yeah, nah. Y'all push dude out as a superior cut that exists, but as a proper sacrifice of the ritual of this film world, let them bury the Gillespie cut. That's our sacrifice. That's our offering. It says Gillespie believes strongly that something should be in the movie. He had to advocate for it. So they went against Gillespie actively. This is sickening. Because we've seen this happen before, again, with Zack Snyder. We've seen this story before. And it's really sad it happened to Craig Gillespie, but we're not surprised, y'all. We're not surprised. At all. And a quote from Saffron says, while Supergirl didn't meet our box office expectations, it's just one component of a broader long-term strategy at DC Studios that we remain confident in. They had this ready Saturday night. They knew the film was bombing. It was DOA. They had a pre-message typed out for Saffron. PR, good PR, actually. That was good. That was a good PR move right there. But it showed you had no trust in your cut, Gunn. Gillespie's cut was better. And y'all killed it. And then y'all came up with predisposed apologies for the flop. But you ain't going to get away with this one. As it says, no, Gunn and Saffron's going to continue, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Despite what's being said out there, the contract is till April 2027. But there's new reports. This is in this article here. Let me see. There's new reports that, here it is. THR saying it's unclear when the duo's contract are up. The story already came out months ago, April 2027. But this is the wrinkle here for Gunn and Saffron's contract. It's either the end of 2026 or it'll be in 2027. There's a chance. I still believe it's April 2027 because that's the report. I mean, it literally came out. There was a Bloomberg article months ago. So I believe they're done April 2027. But what this tells us is that they could be out before then. That's why we say fire James Gunn and Saffron. Let's get y'all out there before next year. And it could be it could be a token thing because Gunn still has Man of Tomorrow to release. But I mean, hey, if David Ellison comes to the building and deems this film's not worthy for the brand, he could tax right off it. I'm just saying, it's an option. So a lot of people was talking about, is their contract really done 27, or could it be done this year? I'm good with taking the under. I'm good with that. Now, in the chat, as we said at the beginning of this stream, for this stream to be kept non-ads, even for the live crew, we do need support pretty much every 30 minutes to an hour. That could be a super chat. That could be a members joining the membership. For the members, we're going to do instant reactions to news. So like this article last night, I should have went live to the members to give y'all the real. So what we need from y'all is support, whether someone doing a super chat or join the membership. It will be normal memberships, videos, exclusive videos added to the channel, because if there's not enough support, I do got to run the ads, right? That's really the smart thing to do if the support's not there live. So I just want to make that very clear to y'all. On Patreon, I finally got my Patreon together where we're doing some great reactions to X-Men 97. Again, that's a separate platform. There's going to be weekday streams on Patreon as well, too. And again, exclusive reactions to X-Men 97. I'm going to start doing my Adventures of Superman over there. My Lanterns reactions will primarily be on Patreon, but I gotta give the public that Lanterns reactions. That got to come to the public. So it's gonna find a way to y'all publicly. The Lanterns, the world has to see what's gonna happen with Lanterns overall with that. But it's supposed to be a new trailer coming out in like 2 weeks for Lanterns. Can't wait to see what they do. I can't wait. What did Gunn do? Did Gunn down Lanterns in post as well, like he did Supergirl? But again, Patrons, a more expanded coverage over there. Come on over, and we have a lot of fun over there as well too. So, so we got the timer up there. We need a super chat or membership, a new membership, in the next 30 minutes to justify no ads live. So replay crew, y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Y'all kind of just do what y'all want to do. Replay crew, smash the like, make sure you subscribe. I guess let's throw it up there. Make sure you still subscribe. We got to do the business side of this, right? So I appreciate all the support. We got a lot to talk about today, for sure. Please let it be a write-off. I tell you. And so this is on the YouTube side. Y'all over there on X Twitter, just keep engaging with the stream, like the stream, comment under it. That helps it as well too. So we got to do our business for sure. So let's see. We need one super chat in the next 30 minutes or a membership, a new membership. That's the goal. And do we need some more likes? Hold on. Let me check something real quick. We need more likes over here? Okay, we're doing great with likes. Okay, shout out to y'all. We're doing great with likes. Great with likes. Good stuff. So let's continue after this hijack of the Supergirl film. People are saying Zack Snyder's posting stuff. Yeah, we're going to get to that for sure. This is the weekly show. We talk about anything Zack Snyder does. So if he's posting stuff as we speak, we definitely going to discuss it. Zack's feeling very patriotic today. This is the 4th, and he has some 4th posts and other things as well too. So we'll definitely get to that as well too. Let's see what we got next. And then on the like side, let's keep those likes coming in. I have this could be a scoop or a confirmation of something with Avengers Secret Wars. This is a big one. I'm just going to be honest with y'all. So we need more likes. We do need more likes. This could be, excuse me. This could be a big story, or this could probably annoy some people about Avengers Secret Wars or about Marvel overall. But it's a big story. It's pretty big. Pause. As far as what's happening with Marvel. So keep those likes coming in. We got our super chat for the 30-minute timer, so much appreciated. We're going to kill the timer. And we're gonna keep this ad free. That's how we're doing it, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know, like we gotta make sure we are warranting not running ads. I don't want to run ads with y'all live. I don't think it's fun. I think it kind of kills the community talk. But if the support is there, we're good, right? So Bayona says, "Do you think Gunn is nervous now?" And his wife is making it worse for him. Let's get into Gunn, right? I did a video recently, right, about James Gunn. Is on my shorts channel. And actually I guess I should have this up as I'm talking about it. Hold on. My overlay. Let's see, it's out of control. Hold on. There we go. I guess I should have this. It's too much for the. Yeah, there we go. There we go. On my short form channel, I have the video where James Gunn is just upset, right? And I had a lot of fun with that video.
One thing to you.
Yeah.
No. Gunn wasn't happy right
One
there.
thing to you.
Yeah.
No. He didn't want no questions from that nerd, Brandon Davis. But is Gunn nervous? Yes. Oh no, the all the headlines are against James Gunn. They're against James Gunn, and he has to wear it. And a part of this is because he went against the journalists. So this is their revenge on James Gunn, is that we're not going to have your back anymore. And you're probably fired anyway. That's what the journalists are saying. They're like, why do we have to, like, you know what I'm saying? Cover for you anymore, bro. Because this may be over. So that's very interesting. Appreciate Bayona Rad for the super chat and supporting the platform. Definitely keeping it ad free. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Overall, that's wild, right? It's not what you think. That scoop, like, let's get more likes, and I will definitely drop what I'm hearing about Avengers Secret War. So we're going beyond Doomsday. This is a pretty big one. We're about 60 likes right now. Let's get that closer up to 70, and we'll monitor that later. We're trying to get up to 100 likes, so we'll see as the stream goes, right? And what I will say though, it may be worth, like, the story I gotta say, the story that, again, I think the story's already out there, but I'm saying that I'm hearing from reliable sources that the story may be true. It may be worse than you think if you're on that angle with that. But it may be big for people that likes that they're back. All right. So we'll talk about that overall. Let's see what we got here. Checking my DMs live. It never goes good. Never goes good. So interesting. Okay, let's go forward. Let's go forward with this. So we got that story, right? And then let's go more into Supergirl. So Kevin Smith, as I mentioned, had one of the best reviews because I just really felt it was very honest. Not saying like, oh, he's supposed to not like it or nothing. It felt like a very honest take on this film, and I appreciate it. I'm trying to see, what am I seeing in my DMs here? Give me 1 second here. Let's see. We got the clip. Okay. I don't know if I can play that live, Marcus. Let's see. And actually, I don't know if the video is coming up for me either. Yeah, I just checked, Marcus. I don't know if I can even play that. If I was doing a Patreon stream, I could play anything. I don't know if I could play that one. I saw it though. I saw what you did. I'm gonna do probably a Patreon stream, and I'll probably clip it for members or something like that. But yeah, I can't play that. I can't play that one, bro. Kevin Smith, I got tremendous respect what he just did with this his review. So let's pull this up. You got Mark Bernardine, Bernardine, resident Snyder hater. This was probably the best conversation I saw about Supergirl over anyone. And we know Kevin Smith is a shield. Kevin Smith, but he's like the shield that he lets you know he's shielding so you're not surprised. right. So I respect. Yeah, I respect Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith, he jumped in my mentions a couple years ago because I was reporting he had a Bizarro project that didn't get off the ground, and I reported about it, and I said that he was making like a, you know, an Elseworld standalone, and Kevin Smith jumped in my mentions and said no, he was connecting it to the Snyderverse. So I have all the respect to Kevin Smith. He was like, no, I'm not trying to reboot nothing. He took that very seriously. That I was like, oh, Kevin Smith's coming out here rebooting the Superman lore and, you know, Bizarro. And Kevin Smith came at me directly and said, no. He shut it down. He was like, I'm not rebooting nothing. I want this to fit into the DCEU. That was his exact words. So much respect to Kevin Smith. And we actually chopped it up after that and was just talking about comics and stuff. So he's just a real cool dude overall. So no shade on Kevin Smith. I want to make this very clear. But I was interested to see what he was going to say. It's very clear a lot of Shields didn't like the Supergirl film either. They're trying to run the interference, saying, you know, they know it's terrible, but they don't want, you know, they think it's, you know, MAGA's against them and all this crazy stuff. The general audience is against you. Young women is against Supergirl. And so I'm so happy that Kevin Smith kind of chose the right side of this. And let's hear what he's saying with this fair use. We're just doing some commentary over the great Kevin Smith and his trash co-host.
I was there last weekend and we did a watch with Kev Supergirl. We had, like I said, about 80 people and stuff. Kick back, watch the flick, had a good ass time. And that's how I saw it. How'd you see it?
I saw it at Nicole Kidman's favorite AMC, the AMC in Porter Ranch.
We go here for magic.
It feels good in a place like this.
There it is.
But yes, that is the theater they shot that ad in. And so I like to make my pilgrimage to the house of Kidman. There were not 80 people, I don't think, in the matinee that I saw. But it also, for a matinee on a Monday in Porter Ranch, California, there was you know, a couple dozen people in there. And a time was had.
You got to take into consideration. I'm a Supergirl fan. I've directed episodes of Supergirl. Melissa Benoist. I'm not saying the one and only Supergirl because she wasn't the first. Helen Shaver was before her and stuff. Sasha Kaye, is that how you pronounce it? Mm-hmm. She was in the mix as well. Plus, who did the voice? Did Tara Strong do the voice on Justice League or Superman or the Superman Adventures?
Yeah, I think so.
Real quick. Bernardine, he was like, it was an empty theater Monday after the release, right? So it was DOA. Again, I know people, they want to add on to like, oh, it failed. No, Supergirl, it really did fail. It's bottom 3. How much money did it lose? It lost money. I mean, we could dump on it as much as we want. That's cool. But even he's reluctantly saying like, yo, it was an empty theater, bro.
I think so.
Many people have played the Maiden of Might, and they really did for a second have me thinking like, holy shit, can you believe we did Supergirl?
Couple dozen,
like,
bro.
I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And then I was like, wait a second. Supergirl barely ever left the culture. You know, this is not a comparison at all, but just for full disclosure, like I was a big fan of that Supergirl show. So if you're somebody out there going like, I hated that fucking bullshit, she was just
shout out to Melissa Benoist. But let me let him finish what he's saying.
Girl Clark and blah blah blah.
I think so.
Many people have played the Maiden of Might, and they really did for a second have me thinking like, holy shit, can you believe we did Supergirl? Like I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And then I was like, wait a second, Supergirl barely ever left the culture. You know, this is not a comparison at all, but just for full disclosure, like I was a big fan of that Supergirl show. So if you're somebody out there going like, I hated that fucking bullshit, she was just Girl Clark and blah, blah, blah. Take whatever I have to say with a grain of salt.
And to keep it real, Melissa Benoist, she was, Girl Clark. That wasn't. I like the Supergirl show and her depiction, but I wanted Kara. I wanted a raw alien Kara Zor-El, right? That's what I want in a Supergirl film. I didn't get in that show, and that's fine. That's fine. They made it for TV. This film had a chance to do alien Kara, and just according to y'all that seen it, y'all telling me, no, we didn't get that, right? We didn't get that, but it is what it is, right? So we'll keep it going.
I was never bored at this Supergirl movie, and let me just state before we go a fucking frame further. Director Craig Gillespie, a wonderful director, has made some great movies that I have dearly enjoyed. Made a better Supergirl movie than I ever could. Let's just put that on Front Street. And I say that as a guy who's directed episodes of Supergirl, so putting that out there. So I ain't looking at this though as a director. I'm just looking at this as a guy who's grown up watching superhero movies, read superhero comics his whole life, still does. Still believes in this shit. Still holds out hope that fucking Santa will come down the chimney and he'll have a giant S on, or a big bat on his chest, maybe a spider.
He's not happy, right? We know when Kevin Smith is happy about a film, he's never this smug, and he's like, I gotta keep relationships out here, right? But I gotta keep it real. I wasn't jumping up and down, right? That's what he's doing right now. And I actually respect that. I actually respect what he's doing right here.
Dragon show beyond like the first episode, the House of the Dragon. So I was unfamiliar with Millie Alcock. I thought she was totally good, man.
Yeah.
Like absolutely. No, I don't see like nothing wrong with it. I don't understand why people are getting pissy.
Real quick. Shout out to member Gilmore. Gotta give you the R. Kelly.
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I give y'all 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
This is my favorite clip ever, y'all. This is my favorite clip ever. Okay. Shout out to you. Gotta give the members some love. If y'all comment in the chat, I try to highlight y'all as much as I can. All right, let's keep this going.
I thought Jason Momoa was a fucking phenomenal Lobo. And once again, David Cornsweet continues to fucking be a fantastic, believable Superman in his brief appearances. Crypto still remains adorable. More Crypto, less everything else. And I also, I didn't bump too hard into the use of the middle in the big action sequence, which seems to have given some folks a hard time. The cover of the middle,
Right.
Which I thought was, I'm a fan of that song by Jimmy Eats World, I believe.
So the needle drop. So Kevin Smith's like, I had no problem with the needle drop, but again, most of the audience was like, this was misplaced. So again, Kevin, he's going to skirt the line here, but just see how he kind of lands this. It's very interesting. Again, he's very somber.
I have it on my playlist. So hearing it in the theater, covered by somebody else, lovely cover. I was like, oh, what is it? Wait, I know this song. And I was like, oh, and the middle, if you know the song, is very appropriate for the subject matter. And the subject matter, as somebody who spent some time in the booby hatch, as they say, Butterfly Net Academy, the institution. This is a movie about dealing with trauma. Not that far removed in terms of that from what were they called? The New Avengers? Thunderbolts. Another movie about dealing with trauma. So I thought all that was well handled and stuff, and all that was good. You know what? I also never saw the storyline before of sex trafficking. spoilers. I mean, that's what you got out of it.
Like, how was this a part of the film? I'm gonna release a conversation with me and Vega, probably like at the end of this weekend or early next week, where Vega saw Supergirl, right? So yeah, I know Il Divino Vega. He did the anthem for the channel, right? And it was such a funny situation because I didn't see the film and Vega saw it, and that's such a flip. I'm the person that sees everything. And so we kind of flip roles with that video. And Vega's talking about what worked, what didn't work, mostly what didn't work with Supergirl. And just things in this film, we know they didn't adapt the comic at all. So it's very weird that Gunn, because I'm putting this all on Gunn, he decided to put sex trafficking in a story that didn't exist in the comic run that they said they were adapting. So this is weird stuff from James Gunn again.
Right? Like,
yeah. I mean, yes.
Let's say human trafficking, but they were pretty specific about like we need them for breeding. So to me, that said sex trafficking. And I've never, didn't expect to see
Zack
that
Snyder's a
storyline,
blueprint.
particularly in outer space. So they found a way in for that as well. Here's the thing that I bumped into. And it's not the same shit that everyone else bumped into by any stretch of the imagination. Because I got a low bar, that when it comes to this stuff. I want to believe a man or a woman can fly.
That's what makes this so bad. Like, he's so somber. Like, Kevin Smith goes into film saying, I want to like this because I know the producer, I know the writer, I know the grip guy. I know, he knows people a part of all these productions and CBMs, TV, films, everything, right? So he's going into this film wanting to like it, and he's this somber, right? It was that bad. I'm just accepting this film is as bad as y'all saying it is.
But if all right, Superman, James Gunn makes Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Superman's in it. Lois, Clark, of course, Perry, Jimmy, the Daily Planet, all the fucking markings, the trappings. Lex Luthor, even threw in Miss Tessmacher, even threw in an Otis. Then he also populated the world with hey man, there's Mr. Terrific. Hey man, there's Hawk.
Now Kevin's cooking right here. I want y'all to just see how he lands this. What the idea Kevin Smith's about to say, I ain't gonna say it would have saved Supergirl film. It would have made it more palatable for the general audience or just for us geeks. Because everyone rejected this film. It wasn't just the general audience rejected it, young women, and then CBM films as well. This is a bottom 3 DC film ever. Shazam 2, Blue Beetle, Supergirl. That's the bottom 3 when it's all said and done. So, but I like what he's trying to present right here, that this could have been a better film. Even if it was Gunn style, it could have skated by like Superman did in 2025.
Hawkwoman. Hey man, there's Guy Gardner, Green Lantern, whole different Green Lantern than you're going to have on the TV show. And not too many, here's a brand new character you've never heard of before. And even if he did have a few of them, at least they had names that I recognized from other Superman media. So I guess what I'm getting at is, I was invested in Supergirl and Lobo because I know them. And those are DC characters I care about. Everyone else was new. And so I'm not saying I didn't care about them, but I didn't have as much, emotional attachment to those characters. They would have had me, with this, every one of those characters were like, I'm not saying use these, but there's Dead Man, there's fucking Power Girl, there's, what I'm saying? Or in this movie, which is set in space, and you have the expanding DCU is about to welcome lanterns into it. Throw one lantern in there.
Why is Kevin Smith cooking right here? And why didn't James Gunn realize you're going off planet for the second film in your universe? Like, you populated Superman 2025 with Hawk Girl, Guy Gardner. Like, there's a breathing DC world. Mr. Terrific, Crypto's there. Everyone's there. Metamorpho. And you go to Supergirl and you don't populate that with more DC characters. All I'm saying is that I agree with what Kevin Smith is saying is that the premise, if you want to make this a breathing DC world, throw more DC characters out there. Like, why would you have Supergirl by herself and Lobo there for 10 minutes? When you could have been putting in Lanterns, you could have put in the Thanagarians, you could have been putting all kinds of stuff in this film. So this is a great premise that Kevin Smith gets the DC. We know Kevin Smith gets the DC universe. Not saying he can write everything great, but he understands the lore. And if you're making your first film, Superman, like there's a bunch of DC characters in it, why didn't you give Supergirl that? And there was no ties to Superman at all as far as the film. Superman was there. Corn Sweat was there, but there was no ties to the story, no overarching story, which I'll talk about in just a moment. So I like Kevin Smith's idea. Like, again, would it have saved the film? No, but you wouldn't have been bottoming out 38 million weekend one if people go to a DC film and it's just a smug Supergirl and Momoa for 10 minutes acting like himself and body paint. It should have been some more cosmic DC characters, Lanterns, Thanagarians, someone. Even when y'all see my video with Vega, the way they dealt with the villain at the end of this film, again, I don't mind if they executed him, but in the comic, they put him in the Phantom Zone. So it's more Superman lore that they could have presented in this film. In the film, again, from according to what y'all saying that y'all saw, Supergirl goes to Argo City in the film. Brainiac has a connection in the comics to attack Argo City and bottle it up. You could have introduced Brainiac in this film, Lanterns, other DC characters. It would at least been a DC event film. Instead, you got a cranky feminist film that women rejected. That's what you did with this film. So Kevin Smith has a great idea that you could at least made a little more money, but again, we understand that it's flopping for a reason.
We were all through outer space on space buses, other planets. Like, couldn't have seen one lantern. Maybe that's who was chasing Lobo. I don't know, but just felt like a missed opportunity. A few missed opportunities to not pack it full of DC characters. I know there's a bunch of people is like, why would you follow Superman with Supergirl? Like, so soon, wouldn't you? And where's Batman, for heaven's sakes? And there's a bunch of other characters they could be doing. Yes. You know, all of that is not necessarily untrue and stuff. I don't care if you're going to go second with Supergirl, but just follow what you did on Superman and, like, you know, populate the DC universe. Now, people will be like, that's who that girl is, and Clem of the Yellow Hills and all these guys. Fair enough. But I guess what I'm saying, this old man, middle-aged, is like, can you populate it with characters that I'm familiar with and, you know, that I love from the comics, like not just those two? I come to see a comic book movie. I want to see comic book characters. And yes, people like, that girl is a comic book character in Woman of Tomorrow. And like I said, I'm just looking for characters that I'm very familiar with because I grew up with them and stuff like that. Now, is that a reason to like hate the movie? No, but I didn't say that I hated the movie by any stretch of the imagination. I bumped into that a little bit where I was like, man, where's the land?
He hated the film. Okay, like this. Watching Kevin Smith for multiple years, almost 10 years at this point, he hates this film. Okay, like this is not up to his standard. And he's trying to be as nice as possible because he has relationships out there. But this is showing you how bad this film landed with fans, with hardcore fans. I count Kevin Smith as a hardcore fan. You can call him a shill all you want. He's a real fan of DC. And this was bad. And I don't regret skipping this film. And again, I'll watch it when I watch it on streaming. It was that bad, according to hardcore fans.
Lantern. If we're in outer space, shouldn't we be looking at a lantern? I thought like there'd be a post-credit scene with a lantern. There wasn't even a post-credit scene at all. A scene at all. I don't
know. No, I stayed there the whole time.
And I've seen it said elsewhere. Like if this movie came out 10, 15 years ago, you'd be like, oh my God, this is new. The problem is it just, ached of familiarity. Now, most of these comic book movies do, right? Similar tropes and similar storylines, but I mean, ached of recent familiarity. At one point, our hero, titular hero, gets sick and, is down for the count. And then her new little buddy assistant has to, go on a side quest to get a cure to save her or heal her at the very least. And as I'm watching this happen, I was like, God, this seems familiar. They just fucking did this in Mandalorian and Grogu. It's like the same beat where it's like.
Now, see, that's wild right there. I'm sure this was an added James Gunn scene. Again, it was 9 days of reshoot. That's what the article told us. The James Gunn cut. This man added the side story of a Mandalorian and Supergirl. Disgrace.
Oh, they got to do something to, make the partner, the sidekick, have a side quest and shit like that. And just like how, Grogu talked to the catfish on the porch a couple thousand times. And rather, he talked to Grogu and gave Grogu fish and whatever the fuck. It just felt I was like, they just did this in a movie that I saw. But I think. I'm not saying Superman's a tough character because we've seen him handled many times, but Superman and by association, Supergirl are overpowered characters who could literally do anything unless there's one magic rock or the sun's gone. And then suddenly they're depowered.
So let me know in the chat, those that seen the film, again, I haven't seen it. Did they go out of their way to depower Supergirl? Because like when I want to see a Supergirl project, I want to see Supergirl. Like people keep claiming she's stronger than Superman, though. Just according to canon, she's really not. Superman holds back against her, but she's ruthless and she could get really fierce. I like her New 52 run where Supergirl becomes a Red Lantern. And I really thought that's what they was going to. I knew they weren't going to do it, but I would hoped they would have done this in this film or a future film. We may never get that storyline brought to life, but did they go out there with a depowered Supergirl? Because that would be disappointing.
So the movies have to either find someone who's equally matched or find ways to constantly depower the characters so that we're getting fair fights and stuff like that. This movie felt like they did that quite a bit. Like at one point she was on a planet with a green sun, which seemed like could have been the perfect opportunity to introduce a lantern.
That's lame.
But not, I ain't trying to, fucking drive from backseat driving shit. But
again, they need to take some advice from Kevin Smith, man. Like Kevin Smith, he's the guy, he wrote The Death of Superman in the 90s for Tim Burton. Well, Tim Burton took his script and changed it, but yeah, listen to the hardcore, the people that knows the source material. Kevin Smith knows the source material. Again, you don't gotta like all his ideas. You don't gotta like his motu. Just he knows DC characters. He's like, bro, you're off world. Why isn't the lantern there? He means it, right? It's like, bro. And if they're depowering her too much, like y'all saying in the chat, that's unfortunate. Like y'all making me like I already decided like not to see this film. Like I'm waiting on streaming, and like I'm not even gonna be excited on streaming at this point. From what y'all saying right now, like it's like I'm glad I didn't see this film at this point. My goodness!
Like when I saw the green, like sun, I was like, oh yeah, and then oh no, I guess we're just moving on and stuff. So nothing wrong with this movie by any stretch of the imagination. If it had been released to HBO Max
I gotta go back. Oh, he just said it right there. He said the quiet part loud right there. But he said everything he had a problem with, like core issues with this film. But no, nothing's really wrong with it. But then he says this.
It's a tough character because we've seen him handled many times. But Superman and by association, Supergirl are overpowered characters who could literally do anything unless there's one magic rock or the sun's gone. And then suddenly they're depowered. So the movies have to either find someone who's equally matched or find ways to constantly depower the characters so that we're getting fair fights and stuff like that. This movie felt like they did that quite a bit. Like at one point she was on a planet with a green sun, which seemed like it could have been the perfect opportunity to introduce a lantern. But
he's mad about that.
I ain't trying to, fucking drive from backseat drive and shit. But like when I saw the green like sun, I was like, oh yeah.
As a comic nerd, you're like, oh, green, like this is DC, we're cosmic, right? That's a letdown.
And then, oh no, I guess we're just moving on and stuff. So nothing wrong with this movie by any stretch of the imagination. If it had been released to HBO Max, during the pandemic or whatever, like they did with Suicide Squad and Wonder Woman 2, probably, wouldn't have been, all that caused the controversy it caused online.
Boom. He said it right there. This isn't even theatrical quality. He's saying like this was a streaming film. And I would have took it as content, right? We get it. Kevin Smith, we get it, bro. We get it. You can't throw everybody under the bus. But you said it very loud that this wasn't the DC that you wanted. And the decision making and the cut that you saw, that was the Gunn cut. Yeah, it is a streaming film. But nothing's wrong, Mandy. But nothing's wrong with it. But I got number 1 to 15 problems with this film. I believe him. Again, I always watch films for myself, but there's certain reviewers and just people that are DC fans or people and just people I know in life that I'm like, oh, if they say something's trash before I see it, I'm like, oh, it may be trash because I trust their taste. Kevin Smith is one of those people. Not saying like when he glazes everything as glazy. When he's downplaying something, it means something. Okay. And this man just said this should have been a streaming film. Yeah, that's what he just said. I know he didn't mean to say it like that, and we don't gotta spam him online about that, but he meant what he said.
For the folks that did on all sides of whatever non-issue this is and stuff. But this doesn't come from any sort of, I'm in for, I like all comic book movies.
Except this one.
But
I know, Kevin. I know.
If you're gonna do Woman of Tomorrow, do Woman of Tomorrow. Very, very closely, not just like beats and then
adapt the comic book. Kevin Smith is he's trying to tell you directly. He can't say it like he wants to say it. You claim you adapt the comic, but you didn't really adapt the comic. And then you gave Superman this whole open DC world and you didn't give it to Supergirl. That could at least save some money, right? It didn't have to be good, but it'd been a better presentation. And again, you naming off the comic, that was the biggest bait and switch. It's based off Woman of Tomorrow. It's really not. It's really not. And that's what Kevin Smith's saying right now.
Big changes. And the third act change or the end of the movie change from Woman of Tomorrow, I don't bump into one iota.
No, neither did I.
Maybe the only thing I bump into is like the sword. Because literally do anything. Should have just and fucking fried his brain or whatever. But I didn't bump into that. I wasn't like, well, don't do that. Superheroes can't do that. We saw Superman crack Zod's neck and shit. So I'm okay with the super.
That's another thing. You Gunn fans out there, you guzzlers and glazers. I don't want to hear nothing about Man of Steel, Superman snapping Zod's neck. Because I don't see none of y'all being appalled. Supergirl has the same ethics as Superman. And she executed in cold blood the villain. I ain't mad at it. That's what Gillespie actually wanted. So I'm with him with that. They chopped up the rest of his film. But I don't want to hear nothing about what Superman's supposed to be. There's no Kara Zor-El supposed to be like that as well, too. Though she's more alien, she's more foreign to the Earth, but she has the same ideals. Now, again, you want to lean into New 52. She has more anger. Again, the Red Lantern thing, which I actually like that run. But at the core, Kara Zor-El has the same ethics as Superman. And they're going to have her be that going forward. She's not going to be an anti-hero going forward. That's why this film would have been perfect for Gillespie just to do this messy version. Go all the way with it. And James Gunn, hijacked this film, overall with that. So Kevin Smith knows what he's talking about, y'all.
I saw the original Superman punch Zod and fucking grab his wrist and twist it and then throw him off a fucking ice cliff.
Yeah, Reeves Superman executed the Zod and the other Kryptonians. Now there is a cut. There's a deleted scene where they were arrested. They just slid down and were arrested. That's not canon. No, in a theatrical film, as you see the film, Superman executes Superman executes Zod and the Kryptonians. So you can't tell me nothing different with that. So when Cavill snaps Zod's neck, what's the difference? And now Supergirl executes a man. No one's batting the eye out there. It's okay. Okay.
That fucker died because he was powered. So, it's not without precedent. So that didn't bug me. That wasn't something where I'm like, well, that's not Supergirl. I don't know. It's just, it was in retrospect, a risky choice to be like, let's follow Superman with Supergirl. Might have, especially when Superman didn't do $1 billion. Did well, but it's I've seen now many people going, okay, the DCU is just now the Superman family. Next movie in production is Man of Tomorrow. Although, we've got Clayface coming up.
Yeah.
And I think Clayface can do business for him based on the trailer I saw and based on the advanced buzz and stuff like that. But
we're gonna talk about Clayface in a minute. If y'all were on social media, it was a little Clayface situation online. This show just getting started today. We got something to talk about with this Clayface situation. Yes.
Right now, James Gunn, poor James Gunn, every fucking website on the planet is like, is he gonna have a job tomorrow? I don't know shit about shit. I don't know if that's how this business works, but it's not a prestigious second outing for the DC universe. Now I know.
And again, Robert Meyer Burnett, he had a similar review. I think it's probably worse than what Kevin Smith said. Everyone's on code. They're saying this wasn't it, and now we know it was Gunn's cut. Now wait till you see how Mark is still gathering his words because he knows the film is trash, and he's trying to just articulate it when he gets a chance here. So let's keep going.
Some people are like, it's not the second outing, you piece of shit. They did Creature Commandos, and they did Supergirl was a bold choice in retrospect. The bold choice did not pan out for them, but
we can't make it more clear than that, right? Let's get to what Mark again. Kevin didn't like the film, okay? Kevin didn't like the film.
Better.
You would have to.
Oh, I'll watch Supergirl again, but sees the good in everyone, and she just sees, not quite the glazing that some might have expected. Mark?
I came out of there feeling I did find myself bored.
This is wild. Because again, Mark of all people, I thought would be like, let's talk up this DCU. He knows this DCU is over. So this is the most telling thing. Kevin Smith was one thing. But then Mark, who's again, he's an active writer. So if he comes out here and trashes Supergirl, it's because Hollywood knows it's a wrap for James Gunn and DCU. Let's keep going.
More often than I thought I was going to be, mostly because it felt very diagrammatic sometimes. Like, we're walking into a space bar. We're going to do a needle drop and we're going to get into a fight. And then we're walking into another space bar and then another needle drop and then another fight.
Like, I have no reason to watch this film, y'all. Like this was one of the best choices in the last 10 years of my life that I did not spend time or take people to go see this Supergirl film. Because the Shields now, you got Mark, he's somber. And he's like, oh, needle drop and needle drop. James Gunn is over. Okay, James Gunn, fire James Gunn. Because this is what you just did to DC. You got the Shields looking somber.
We're going to meet this young woman who's on a revenge quest, who has nothing to offer the story, really, other than conscience, a little bit, kind of, but not really. It reminded me a lot of Black Panther 2, in that when Black Panther 2 engaged with trauma and grief, I was 100% on board for that movie. But when Black Panther 2 disengages and kind of becomes about vibranium and Namor to a certain degree, who I didn't think was cool, but that whole plot line just took me out of what it felt like the movie was about. When Supergirl is engaging with the trauma of being the last survivor, of not knowing what home feels like, of being alone in the universe. And, Clark is a distant cousin in so many different ways, who can't really engage with her. And so, like, when she's dealing with that level of isolation and that level of frustration, I was like, here for it. I understand it. But when it's about Ruthie and her revenge, when Lobo shows up, I was like, you could not have Lobo in this movie at all, and the movie doesn't change.
That's wild right there. You just threw in Lobo as a throw-in character. And again, this shows, he wasn't even a part of the story. So like how Gunn claims, Justice Gang and Superman was a part of the story, they sort of served a purpose. You couldn't do the same for Supergirl. On your watch, James Gunn, this is your cut. Total fail. What you did with Supergirl, because again, you got Mark Bernardin going against you right now. That's wild.
That is 100% true, man. And like, it almost like, remember Sidewinder and Captain America?
Yeah.
Whatever that was called. Yeah. Where it's just like, well, this really feels like what it was. They shot him well after the movie was done and kind of added him in. This, I know they didn't do that here. He was always in the flick, but he was as fun as he was, and as much of a good time as it was to see Jason Momoa doing what he's always wanted to do, and what he said he thought he was going to be doing when he was hired to play Aquaman. They hired, when Zack Snyder hired him, he thought it was for Lobo. And he's like, no, man, you're playing Aquaman. He's like, really? So there's Momoa getting to do the thing he's always wanted to do. And he's having a blast. And I got no notes whatsoever. But there ain't a damn thing he did that made a difference to the story. And he could have never showed up.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, so you finally have Lobo on the big screen, and it was a throwaway cameo. So what is this film? What good is this film? This should not have been the second film for your DCU, James Gunn. And now it's showing it was undercooked, and the cut you put out was a flop. That's on you, James Gunn. So, got a super chat here, Bayona. If I was James Gunn, I would step down from being DC head of studio now to try to save my image, my career image. All right, we got to run the clip.
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
Yo, this is It's too much, bro. It's over. James Gunn, it's over. The journalists are against you. The streets against you. DC fans, it's a wrap. You got the Shields against you. Kevin Smith. It's like, bro, this ain't it. It's over. And we're seeing this in real time. The fall of the House of Gunn. So falls the House of Gunn. That's what's happening right now with this DCU. Because, man, what's next? Again, as we keep saying, people keep acting like, oh, we're just going to wait till next year. Go see Man tomorrow. No. We got to get through this year. Next month, Lanterns is coming out. I can't wait. I can't wait to see Lanterns. I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited. They got a trailer coming out in 2 weeks. I can't wait to see this new trailer. Is there going to be more green in it? Okay. Clayface. We're going to talk about Clayface in a minute. A low-budget film has the best chance to make some profit, yes. But is there some story issues with Clayface? Is it getting gunned down in post like Craig Gillespie's Supergirl was? I take the over that Gunn will destroy another director's film in post because he just did it. And then you waste, you make a half-baked Supergirl film. It's not really Supergirl. It's not really Kara. It's not really the comic. And then you waste a Lobo appearance and put no other DC characters in it that we care about. This is on Gunn. This is on your watch. We don't believe you when you're reading comic books on the set, James Gunn. We don't believe you when y'all sitting there taking photo ops, reading the comics. Y'all put none of that in the film. Every comic you read, you act like you was posing for Superman. You don't use nothing from any of those comics in the film. This is a joke. DC live action is a joke right now. And who's at the head? James Gunn. It's your fault. So like Bayona says, you may want to just gracefully bow out before you get fired, but your contract's going to be up next year. Or maybe there's a clause where if you're trash this year, we're going to fire you by the end of this year. We'll see. We'll see with that. I still hold to April 2027. But how do you waste Lobo? How do you, all these years you was waiting to put Lobo in a big screen and you waste him? That means you're going to waste Brainiac. Like, I have no trust for James Gunn. I'm expecting the worst. He messed up Lanterns. We're going to see that next month. He messed up Clayface in post. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. Let's get through this.
Never would have happened.
The exact same with the good ones.
I appreciated he was there because, hey, there's a comic book character that I'm familiar with.
I think that is exactly why they did that, because the Woman of Tomorrow's story is very isolated. It's
Doesn't have Lobo in it.
Doesn't have Lobo in it.
Tom King recently said, I was going to put him in it.
But if you're going to put him in it, then like make them both after the same guy for the same reason, for different reasons. She needs the cure. He wants to, basically the Lobo character and the Ruthie character are kind of the same character as far as this movie's concerned, which is, I'm going to kill that dude. And Kara's like, I need that dude alive to save my dog. And so the competing desires, the competing impulses, while still on the same plot track. But at least Lobo could have helped. Lobo could have been like, no problem. I'm a tracker. I can find that dude anywhere. Where do we got to go? I know exactly how to find him. Great. You're contributing to the quest.
Let's get some more likes out there. We got
as it is, he was very ornamental. And very
I have a very, I think it's a controversial Avengers Secret Wars. I could call it a scoop. I think the story's out there, but it's kind of like confirmation that it's a real thing happening. Let's smash the like. We got about 70 likes. Let's get closer to 100. We got to get this live. Let's inch this up a little bit as y'all come in and passing out. Smash that like because I want to see a response to this story. Okay. And then the full report will be on my Patreon this weekend. Link in the description. Patreon.com/sylabdul. Plus, I got reviews, X-Men 97, My Adventures with Superman. Lanterns is going to have some reviews over there as well, too. The summer, it gets hot in the summer, y'all. Y'all already know.
I think the bad guy was kind of blah. I kept hoping the bad guy was a Kryptonian because he seemed to know an awful lot about Kryptonians.
Out there in the chat, does this make sense what Mark is saying? He's talking about the villain knew a lot about Kryptonians. Like, if he was a Kryptonian, that would have been an interesting wrinkle to the story. Again, you're not copying the comics, so you could have did whatever you want in this film, right? Everything was original, okay? And even Lobo, in the chat, please, someone answer me this right now. If y'all saw this film, the Lobo you saw in the film, did that look like someone that can go toe-to-toe with Superman? If so, that's great. I want to know why or why not. Because if they really wasted Lobo like this, Lobo is Superman level as far as, competitive. Like how Black Adam had his film and he was like, oh, I can fight Superman. Lobo is supposed to be just like that. So if they didn't do him that justice, like this was a wasted opportunity. And then his angle of the Kryptonian, like if the villain could have been Kryptonian, would that make the story more interesting? I still think the film would have flopped like it is, but would the story be better? This film needed a group of DC characters like you gave Superman. That would at least help to get to like 400 million. Now you may not get 200 million, but please, someone answer me in the chat. Did Momoa Lobo, do you think he could at least stand up to Superman? He still will lose, or was it just really wasted? Like they said. Let's see. The villain had prepared kryptonite darts. What? So he knew. So this was Gunn. Anything bad with this film, I'm blaming Gunn. Okay? I'm blaming Gunn for any bad choice, especially in the third act. That's what that article said. The third act, Gunn reshot a lot of the third act. 9 days of reshoot. How much footage can you get for 9 days? That's probably the whole third act right there. Yeah. That's on you, James.
You seem to know if I put my hidden base on a planet with a green sun, it'll kill Kryptonians. Why does he know that? Has he ever met a Kryptonian? They're supposedly all dead except for the two that we've ever heard of.
So according to reports out there, Craig Gillespie had more of the villain in his film. Maybe he ran across, or maybe he studied Kryptonian history. We'll never know, because that cut ain't never coming out. Because you Gunn fans, y'all DCU fans, y'all don't deserve that cut. Let that stay buried forever. Just let that remain a mystery. We'll just imagine the fire. But that's wild that Mark Bernardin is really torn about the story choices.
So what does he know anything about green suns and yellow suns and red suns? Unless he's a Kryptonian too. And if you do that, then you have an opportunity for a climax in which your heroine wants something from your villain that has nothing to do with revenge or your plot objective. It's, oh my God, I'm not alone anymore. Oh my God, do you remember Krypton? What was your experience like? Why are you the way you are?
All right, so we get. I think we understand, right? This film, we understand. Everyone's saying it's trash. Okay. Like we're just gonna trust the audience with this, okay? With this overall, it's that bad, right? And I just want y'all to see again the real, talk out there from people who you expected to like this film, expected to shield a little bit. Story problems, DC hardcore problems, overall, and I mean, this is bad for the brand. Bottom 3 DC film. He could take David but never Henry. That's all I need to know. So this Lobo could hang with Corn Sweat, but not Henry Cavill. That's good to know. Insane. So with that being said, this DCU, like what's happening with this? This past week had a couple of viral tweets. It was like on accident. A couple of tweets that was out there. Let me throw this up here. I didn't, I just post about what I like to talk about. I don't aim for like viral responses to it, but this got kind of wild. And let's see. Here we go. As you see this tweet here, this was just yesterday. Got over 1 million views. It went crazy because this is the after it came out, Gunn was tampering films. It was just open season on social media. And so yeah, it got over 1 million views right at the time that I took the snapshot. And I'll just chime in on that. Gunn has lost the DC audience. He's lost it in real time. And as it says, this clip, and I'll play the clip in a second. Corn Sweat's calling out Gunn lack of understanding of Superman here. After realizing Gunn was self-inserting himself, Corn Sweat was like, "Oh, okay, just shut the F up at the end of this, right?" So this hits different after that article came out, right? So let's play the clip and see, like, and because people like thinking like I'm like just engagement, what do you go, like engagement hustle or whatever they try to say, like I'm chasing engagement. Like, no, this clip really spoke to me, like I said right here, that Corn Sweat was trying to tell Gunn, bro, this ain't Superman. like Corn Sweat's like, this ain't Superman. And Gunn's like, no, it's my Superman. And Corn Sweat's like, whatever, bro, whatever. Watch this.
I say that's what it is to be human. That feels like I'm trying to prove it still, as opposed.
And y'all know that, again, those that seen Superman 2025, y'all know at the end, Corn Sweat Superman's like, oh, I'm human. And that didn't land with me. I don't think with the audience. I really don't think this landed. It's wild. Before Corn Sweat shot that, he was telling Gunn, this ain't Superman. I need to be more like Christopher Reeve, like Henry Cavill, General, don't lie to me, General, or whatever he said, like that's Superman. This is like some soy boy stuff, right? So Corn Sweat knew, but he had to play ball. Well, let's play it.
If I say that's what it is to be human, that feels like I'm trying to prove it still, as opposed to I really know it. I think there's a little bit.
That's the thing. Like Corn Sweat gets it again. I'm not trying to make y'all give some concessions to David Corn Sweat. All I'm saying, Corn Sweat gets Superman. Again, he's a fan of Henry Cavill's Superman, so he gets it. Don't play games with me, General. That's Henry Cavill. And Corn Sweat's like, yo, I gotta put my shoulders up. I'm here. This is the moment. I can't be like, I'm human. I wish you just know I'm human. That's not Superman. That's not Superman, bro. But this is Gunn's Superman. Let's go back.
If I say that's what it is to be human, that feels like I'm trying to prove it still, as opposed to I really know it. I think there's a little bit.
Self-therapy. This has nothing to do with Superman. This is James. It's okay. You put them trash tweets out, them questionable tweets with PDF files and everything. Like, this is James Gunn, bro. Like, this dude, you can't put that on Superman, bro. Course was like, no, bro, I ain't feeling this right now. It's okay. You put those tweets out there. It's okay. No, bro, that's not what we talking about. We talking about Superman. We're not talking about you, James Gunn. He self-inserted himself in this. And again, Corn Sweat, again, I always thought he was a good actor before this. He's good at like lower budget stuff. Maybe he's not an action star. He's not an action star. And that's fine. That's fine. I mean, your career is what it is. Denzel Washington's not an action star, but he's, he does peak play and films, So you don't gotta be an action star. You're not Arnold Schwarzenegger. You're not, Sylvester Stallone. It's okay. You're not Henry Cavill. You're not. But he got it. Like, I'm supposed to be standing on 10 toes right now, instead of whining like I'm human. Love me. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just like y'all. No, you're not. You're Superman. And I thought that always landed wrong for me at the end of this film. I was like, that didn't really, drive it home. Okay, this is a new Superman for the next 10 years. Now, under a different direction and writing, maybe he still will get a shot. And again, we can have everything. We could have a mainline DC. You want to do your TV shows and stuff like that. Have a proper Justice League, ZSJO 2 and 3. You got the Reeves verse. You want to hone into the Bat family. We could have it all, right? But Corn Sweat got it. That wasn't Superman to him, right? Vega says Lobo gets captured by this gang because they had traps ready for him, apparently. So that alone, without anything to show, he has massive strength and power feats. So Lobo was weak. Oh my goodness, bro. That's whack. Too much telling over showing. Exactly. Yeah, Corn Sweat knew. Yeah. You don't understand Superman. What I was saying, you don't understand Superman. Gun therapy. Shout out to Sickness. Sil Nation West on X Twitter. Make sure you're active on Twitter. Smash the like, share the stream over here on YouTube. Smash the like. Make sure you still subscribe. The weekly show. Oh, we're not done yet, y'all. I'm telling you, we're gonna pass Snyder Cut levels today. I still got a lot more to talk to y'all today about. And the support's coming in, so we're gonna keep this going, y'all. Much appreciated. This was wild to me, but I think the cherry on top of all this, though, was how this clip ended. Was what Corn Sweat was basically he got fed up with Gunn right here. He got fed up. Watch the Dean.
Okay, it's not wrong for you to feel that way. You should just, it's not right or wrong anything. None of it is right or wrong.
What is Gunn talking about? Like, he lost Corn Sweat. Watch how Corn Sweat is reacting when Gunn gets all animated. Watch how Corn Sweat reacts.
It's not wrong for you
try to pay attention to Corn Sweat's face, because he's checking out.
to feel that way. You should just, it's not right or wrong anything. None of it is right or wrong. But all of it is.
You saw his jaw. See, it was only because I majored in psychology. I look at body tics. You saw his jaw. He got disappointed that Gunn just said that. I'm just telling y'all right now. He was disappointed. He's like, Gunn, you just babbling, bro.
All of it is being vulnerable and being human, being a human being. And in this moment, it is being vulnerable. You should just, it's not right or wrong anything. None of it is right or wrong. But all of it is.
Corn Sweat didn't like that. When he said nothing of it's right or wrong, Corn Sweat didn't like that, y'all. I'm just telling y'all. That did not go over well. Corn Sweat was like, oh man, you ain't give me nothing, bro. Like what? That's what I'm saying. His face, that body tick. I'm going back to, because I want y'all to see when focus on Corn Sweat. When he says it's not right or wrong, look at Corn Sweat's jaw.
It's not right or wrong anything. None of it is right or wrong. But all of it is.
That's, you can't hide your face. You can't hide your body language. He's like, that's for the face he gave good. Like, like, no. He didn't want that. He didn't want that. He's like, you're not giving me what I want. Gunn's the main character. Oh yeah, Mikey, man, he would have loved the bourbon talk for these days. Oh my goodness, man. He would have loved the KFCU. I'm telling y'all right now, like, just as much as I talked to Mikey, he would have loved for this to be confirmed over any scoop or story we did on Scoop Center. He would have loved that KFCU was real. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, Mikey is a simple person, and he would have just loved the simple things. That KFCU was real. He would have loved it. Oh man. So I just want y'all to see that, where again, Corn Sweat did not like this advice from James Gunn.
Is being vulnerable and being human, being bad are okay.
I'm gonna go back and get charged up.
If I say that's what it is to be human, that feels like
I'm trying to prove it still as opposed to I really know it.
I think there's a little bit of
Is this not the moment where I go, I was wrong to feel that way?
That's exactly what.
See, Cornsworth gets. He's like, I think I've been, Cornsworth. I've been studying Superman for the last couple of years. I look up to Cavill, Reeves. Like, this was my moment where, General, don't play games with me. That's what Cornsworth wanted. He wanted that moment that Cavill got. He's like, oh, this is Superman, right? He didn't quite get it. Like, your grown man's pushing me in the chest. Like, bro, why you pushing me in the chest, bro? But then, credit to Cornsworth, he's like, okay, you about to give me some energy, right? When you accept the energy, you get a nod. You didn't.
All of it is
Gunn is just babbling now.
Is being vulnerable and being a human being.
Gunn's talking about himself.
And in this moment, for you to
Look, he walks away. I'm trying to tell y'all, he was 5 seconds ago. He was like, and he started walking away from Gunn. Like, Gunn's still talking. It's right or wrong. It's not right or wrong. It is right or wrong. It's a to be or not to be. Little take right there. Okay, I'm gonna shift the energy. Like, I gave you the jaw. Like, now stop talking, please.
for you to talk about.
Don't follow. Look, Gunn gets in front of him. Like, this is real, y'all. Like, this is what happened. Gunn's jumping in front of him. Hey. I'm talking about me. And Course was like, no, bro, you're messing up my mind right now. Let me walk away and just give you this trashy, this crybaby speech that you're good. That's how you know when you're trying to articulate a point, an important point, you never curse actually, because you have the words to express what you want to say. Gunn's just making this up as he goes. I hope y'all know this, bro. Gunn is making this up as he goes. Like, don't get out of my personal space now.
To talk about how it's okay
No,
to
you're walking in front of me now.
be vulnerable. You have to be vulnerable, which means showing lack.
That's all Gunn wants. Superman gotta be vulnerable. Superman, you're vulnerable, Superman. No.
That your feelings are hurt. In the point when
your feelings are hurt, bro? This Superman? This is a DCU Superman. You gotta be vulnerable and your feelings are hurt. Come on, man.
really shouldn't.
You see, okay, cause I want you to get the end on this.
That your feelings are hurt. In the point when you really shouldn't.
He's like, shut up. Okay, great. Bro, like, Course was really like, bro, like, really, shut up. Like, I'm trying to walk away from you, and you're still talking. Please shut up.
That your feelings are hurt. In the point when you really shouldn't.
Bro. Oh my goodness. Hey, I'm just saying, this is the Superman y'all got. Like, what, bro? Not the guitar riffs. So let your feelings are hurt. Feelings. Oh man. Oh my goodness. No, this is real. And we're gonna run it back another time. What we talking about?
I say that's what it is to be human. That feels like I'm trying to prove it still as opposed to I really know it.
I think there's a little bit of
Gunn meant what he said at first. Like, you gotta, because he's talking from experience. He's like, you gotta, it's okay to feel bad. And he just starts messing, he just starts making up. Get away from me. So that's the this man, he went out of his way. Let's show your feelings are hurt. Oh man. It's wild, y'all. It's wild out here. Yeah, we're gonna go. Yeah. That's gonna be a whole clip by itself. He's like, oh, great. Shut up. Feelings. Oh man. Is that he cut him off? He's like, Gunn, shut up. Like, okay, whatever, bro. Like, whatever. That's the point of the climax. Was like, my feelings are hurt. Like, it's a bloodbath. It's Saturday, so you know You know how it goes. So while that's happening, right, and then we got timeline's going crazy. Gunn's a fraud. You know, he portrayed DC. You had a clip of Man Tomorrow comes out, right, where let's just show. I mean, you know, it was all coordinated, right? Just like in 2024, they coordinated in Cleveland to show out in the open what Superman was doing. Gunn used that as PR. That was actually smart. But now people are saying, okay, you're only showing Superman and Lex. You're hiding Brainiac for a reason, because I don't think you got that purple jacket on, likely. But you keep showing Superman and Lex, but what you're showing is not blowing up the internet. Matt Reeves wakes up, takes a picture of snow. I'm on the set with snow, and puts a bat symbol. Internet blows up. Gunn, and his feelings, he wants Lex to have feelings. He puts stuff like this. This bro just threw like this supposed to be hot. This man just threw like a Lego at at Lex. Like, what? That's what's hot. Like that. This supposed to be a great fight scene. We know, Gunn, you're not an action director. And Corn Sweat, you know, just to be quite honest, I think he's a good actor. He's not a good action actor. That's it. You throw a Lego block at Lex, and that's it. Man, by next summer, this DOA, y'all. Like this is this all we got. This supposed to excite us? Take that. A little Lego block? Bro. Come on now, man. What we doing? What we doing out here? Gunn. The jig is up, okay? The jig is up. Corn Sweat watching this right now thinking still gets it, right? Corn Sweat gets it. Like, I'll give props where it's due. Corn Sweat was like, yo, I should be standing up like my chest out. I'm Superman. And Gunn's like, no, it's feelings. Show them that your feelings are hurt. Because they took you off Twitter. I mean, they took me off Twitter. Never mind. That's what Gunn is talking about, bro. He self-inserted himself, and Corn Sweat sniffed it off. He's like, all right, shouldn't I be this character and not that trash? So, hey, Corn Sweat, we're pulling for you. You're going to get through this. Whatever happens, Corn Sweat, with this film, they're going to blame James Gunn. So let's just let you know that right now. There's going to be no hard feelings with us. Other films that you do outside of DC, we're not going to hold this against you. This is on Gunn, okay? Got you throwing Lego blocks like you're really doing something out here, bro. So let's catch up with the chat here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they coordinate these leaks. This is all on purpose, but what we're seeing is that this is not enough. This Man of Tomorrow stuff is not moving the needle. You got the guzzlers and glazers. Yeah, they're just lapping it up. The rest of the world, they don't agree with this. Like this supposed to like cause a ripple. I'm just saying. He threw a toy at Buzz Lightyear. He threw a toy. This is Toy Story. This man throw a toy at Buzz Lightyear. You got the purple jacket. He just throws it. Oh my goodness, bro. This man he just threw like a DOA. Hey, bro said, stop filming. Stop filming. Oh, man. Yeah, you talking about that scene where it was like, oh, this is Superman. Corn Sweat was like, this ain't Superman. Talking about my feelings, bro. My feelings. What's Marcus up to? Oh, shoot. Hold on. I gotta show this. Marcus got a fresh edit. He's the man behind some of the KFCU pictures. And Mr. J helps as well with his pictures as well, too. We got fresh off the press is a new edit from Neo 7s showing the Lex power suit. This is going to be allegedly the follow-up to Man of Tomorrow. Was going to be the Marvel and DC going to come to Marvel DC going to come together. Buzz Lightyear versus Lex. Fresh off the presses. That's what's happening. Y'all thought it was going to be Marvel versus DC. No. It's going to be Marvel. It's going to be Disney versus DC. Shout out to Marcus, Neo 7s. And just because this clip is going to go platinum on this channel, we're going to play it again.
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
We got Disney versus DC. Hey, I can sell that. Gunn, I can sell that, bro. Put me on that marketing team. I'm just saying, man, I got a lot of ideas. Disney versus DC, that hits. That hits right there. Buzz versus, they got the same. It's the same. Now listen, I've gone on record. I've said that the Lex power suit, it does look, that is how it looks in the comics. But when you bring it like practical like that, it opens it up for these jokes, right? It just does, yo. It just does. Even this is probably the best suit in DCU history and Gunn's history, but it just looks like Buzz Lightyear. You can't unsee it now. You can't unsee it. It's insane, man. You already know, Peely. Man, we got the best editors in the fandom, Marcus and Mr. J. They got edits for days, y'all. Like some of the stuff I pull up, it's always them. It's always them, bro. Disney versus DC. Let's get it. That's wild, bro. We're gonna keep that in a rotation right there, Marcus. So yeah, so we got again. It's like Supergirl is bombing. Well, let's show Superman throwing a toy at Buzz Lightyear. Okay, that's what the streets want. Oh my goodness, man. This is what we have to see. It's like we're laughing because we don't want to cry. Like this is bad for DC, right? This is not, becoming of the brand we grew up with, right? And so again, I put out a lot of stuff on Twitter, and like this one, I don't know, do I got the views for this one? This got over 100,000. I think if you get over 100,000, it's viral. The last one was 1 million. At the time that I put this as like 150K, and all I did was pose a simple observation. This isn't me again. I'm of the people that gave DCU a chance, and people like me, because again, I know the core. I know the core of the viewership. Y'all didn't give Gunn one chance at all, and I get it. Y'all deserved to have that. Y'all were right? Like I said last week. Y'all was like, I told you James Gunn would fail. Y'all were right. Okay, so let's make sure we got that correct. And then there's another section of fandoms that we know Snyder is the greatest of DC, and we're like, oh, let's see what Gunn does. We're all jaded now as well too, and so we're like, nah, this ain't adding up. This world that Gunn is trying to do, and so my observation, which got the guzzlers going crazy, was after multiple projects, we're talking about Creature Commandos, Superman, Peacemaker, now Supergirl. Right, that's 4. James Gunn's DCU appears to have zero overarching storyline connecting this universe. Like, and this isn't me again. When I tweet out stuff, this isn't me trying to be mean. I'm like, bro, this is the observation. I care about the DC brand. When you're wrecking that, we got to talk about it. Now, if you came out and Reeves, we're gonna see what you do with part 2. As long as you come out proper, we ain't gonna have no smoke for you, Reeves. Because part 1, I had smoke for you. Part 1, your bots came after me with Batman Part 1. But part 2, just come out, do what you're supposed to do. We good. The animation, DC animation, cooking. Nightfall and what they're trying to do there, I'm all good with it. Gunn, you're the weak link right now. And you come up with all these projects that doesn't connect. You promised a universe. Now we know it's not. So when I pose that to the guzzlers out there, they come back saying, oh, the Salvation storyline, but it doesn't show up in any other film or project. Yeah, he doesn't know Clark's middle name. It's like, he's the worst person possible. He's worse than Hamada to run DC. That's where we're at. You got someone worse than Hamada. It's a shame. It's a shame. And they're trying to defend this when I just made a simple observation that there's no overarching story. Y'all that seen Supergirl, I haven't seen it, but I know nothing in that film like pushed the story further for the overarching DCU. You had no post-credit scene, no mid-credit scene. When Superman showed up, it was just serving this story. It was a standalone film. And was supposed to be an overarching DCU. There's no story. Peacemaker, you strand him on a savage land, no build-up, no lead-up, nothing after it. You show the Checkmate agency, nothing after that. This is not a connected universe. This is part of the Gunverse package that James Gunn pitched to Zaslav 4 years ago, 2022. If Black Adam would have succeeded, Gunn probably still would have had a little pocket universe. The Jimmy Olsen Show, Peacemaker, Creature Commandos. That's what Gunn wanted to do. He wouldn't have got his Superman if Black Adam would have did what it's supposed to do, because the Superman is Henry Cavill. But he would have got those little pocket, universe, Batmites, whatever you want to do over there. These are the projects you're getting. Now it's like, okay, now he got his world. Okay, he gets to do a Superman. The DC brand execs pushed Supergirl on him, so that's why he did Supergirl. A disconnected film, a standalone film. You got your Creature Commandos, you got your Peacemaker, you're doing the Jimmy Olsen. Oh, we're going to do Mr. Terrific? Nah, we're good. We're good. In fact, don't do any of this stuff. But since you still got a contract to April 2027, you're going to greenlight what you can. There is no overarching story for the DCU. He don't know Superman. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till HBO Max. I'm gonna see Supergirl. I'm not gonna get it on digital. I'm not gonna put any money into this film. When I see hardcore DC fans that I follow for years and people I know in real life, they're like, nah, this ain't it. And like I said, usually I watch stuff for myself. The marketing looked terrible edited clips. I was like, this, if y'all don't care about the quality of your marketing, I'm not going to care about your film going forward. That's how I'm going to treat this DC going forward. You're not going to have a guaranteed ticket with me. I'm fine with just waiting till it comes on TNT or something. You know what I'm saying? Like you're playing with lifelong DC fans. Others aren't built like Snyder fans. Exactly. I knew they weren't going to show up today. I told them in the beginning, JT, I said at the beginning of this stream, I said, this is not the stream for y'all. I didn't see them pop up at all, but I was letting them know that you silent watchers, you're not going to like what we say on this stream today. It's going to get ugly. And then I let them know we're the real DC fans going forward. They can't even claim that. They can't hold down one DC film by themselves. See, the general audience held down their Superman film. But when we had our Man of Steel and BVS and the critics was against us, we held them down. We held down those DC films, the Snyderverse. We even held down Aquaman because we thought he was rocking with the Snyderverse. Wonder Woman, obviously. But see, with Supergirl, we left it on them. Okay, y'all, DC's back. Go ahead. And you saw what happened. So at the beginning of the stream, I told them this wasn't the stream y'all wanted. Y'all not going to be happy. Y'all mad at every tweet I put out questioning, not giving me a good argument. See, I can articulate why I'm saying the things I'm saying on Twitter. I'm not just shock jocking. You see the views I'm getting because everyone's waking up now. Like people thought I was asleep last year, right? So like everyone's waking up now. What's going on with DC? That's why everyone is flocking to what all of us are saying about James Gunn's DCU. So at the beginning of this stream, I told him, I was like, we're the real DC fans. We stood on business. BVS is a success. And then we got the Snyder Cut. We're the greatest fandom ever. We're the real DC fans, to be quite honest with you. We're the real DC fans going forward. And while we're the real DC fans, this is how the Gunners, Glazers, and Guzzers, this is how they feeling.
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
That's not gonna get old, y'all. I'm just like that. That's not gonna get old. Oh, I really thought Supergirl is the only DC project I actually like. Sylabdul is the anti-campia, way better than Robert Meyer Burnett. Now, R&B, no shots at R&B. R&B. He is a friend of the channel. I am going to press him a little bit because we had a great interview a couple years ago, and he was like, "Oh, Gunn has to be the greatest Superman film ever." And now we see what happens. He's backtracking, right? And all respect, we can change our opinions, but he was coming in double barrel glaze for good. Like I said, shout out to R&B. It's all love, but we got to talk about that, bro. We got to talk about this backslide with this. And he has his reasons. I've seen his video. He has his reasons for saying like, nah, this ain't it. Yeah, Lanterns, Superman, Clayface, nothing's connected. Peacemaker. People think, oh, Peacemaker's connected to Superman because the Justice Gang shows up. That's not connectivity. That's a glorified cameo. That's all that is. It's not no story beat. They're trying to play in our face. And it's not working. And I'm talking about us real DC fans, and then the general audience isn't falling for it as well. Yeah, Gunn never had a plan. Never had a plan. How is that possible, right? Those that seen both films. Like, I'm going to release that conversation with Vega probably the end of this weekend or early next week. He laid out perfectly like, man, they could have put so much Superman lore in Supergirl to make it connect. That's on Gunn. How do you not connect these two iconic characters? Supergirl is not like where do we put Supergirl? Is she below B-list? Like, are we saying Flash, Aquaman, Lantern over Supergirl? I have them equal footing. Let me know in the chat. Only because like Supergirl, she had a long-standing show. If she's had a film in the 80s, Helen Slater, right? So I put Supergirl still B-list. It could be a low B, but she's still B-list to me. I don't put her over Flash or Aquaman. Not right now. Aquaman has more pop than Supergirl. Wonder Woman, she's become A-list because of Snyderverse, Gal Gadot, BVS moment. Wonder Woman's A-list now. But Supergirl shouldn't be this far behind. This is on the execs, the DC brand execs. Y'all fumbled, I feel, a B-list character. Let me know if I'm wrong. Let me catch up with the chat. Am I wrong? Am I overvaluing Supergirl? Let's see. B-list, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. B-list. It could be, she could be like a low A. She's not Trinity level. You see what I'm saying? Supergirl's not Trinity level. That's the only A's I put is Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. Everybody else, you're not A-list to me. So I get it if you want, if Supergirl's your favorite, but she's not A-list to me. She's not on Wonder Woman's level, right? She's at least a B-list character. And you have a bottom 3 DC film ever. Like, that's on execs. People needs to be fired. You ruined. You're not going to get another Supergirl film for what, another 40 years. Seriously. Right? The last one was in the 80s, right? Before a lot of us was born. And then they finally get one out and you bomb like this. That's malpractice of a brand. How do you flop this? Well, we know why. It was the Gunn cut. All right, it's all on Gunn. It's all on Gunn. Batgirl, are we saying Batgirl's B? I will put Batgirl low B only because of the old Batman 60s show. And that had Batgirl like in the zeitgeist. I put Batgirl B. Yeah, I'll put Batgirl at a B. Probably lower than others. Swamp Thing's more probably. Now, see, this Nightwing, if someone's going to cross over to A, if they really someone nails so Dick Grayson and Titans, that's probably the best Dick Grayson we've seen in our lifetimes in Titans. And the show was terrible, thanks to Jeff Johns. If they nail a Dick Grayson performance and get some kind of project out, like he could become an A-lister. He really could. It just, they got to properly, come out with a film just like Supergirl. She should have been up next to cross over to A, but we're not going to see another Supergirl film, like I said, probably in our lifetime. So like our grandkids are going to see the next Supergirl film. That's how much they messed up this film. Insane. That's on Gunn, not they. James Gunn messed this up. Given the current state of the DCU, will Man of Tomorrow make back its suggested $330 million budget next summer? So Marcus, I don't believe the $300 million budget plus for Man of Tomorrow. I don't believe that. Well, when I say that though, I'm saying I don't believe that's what they're going to put down on their sheets, right? That's why when I say that, because people take it like, oh, they can lie about numbers. Yeah, they lie all the time. They lie all the time about these numbers. But when they put on what I get is information when they put it on their financial sheets. That's stuff that I can see for myself. I just, have a way of seeing that. And so I know they're not going to, like for James Gunn Superman, they didn't put $300+ million for the budget. They put like, what was it? I think it was 250, something like that. Supergirl, they're going to put 180, right? For Man of Tomorrow, I think they'll put another 250. I think they'll round it out. Now that's close to 300 enough. So just to answer your question though, let's have a happy medium, Marcus. Let's say they're spending $300 million on Man of Tomorrow because 250 is close enough, right? I think we can agree on that, right? So what does that mean? If your number is $300 million for Man of Tomorrow, you need like Man of Steel numbers. Actually, you need over Man of Steel. You need Matt Reeves' Batman numbers for Man of Tomorrow. And that is the measure that I'm going to hold this film. Superman 2025, I was told pretty early their number was 550. Their profit number was 550, and they would throw a parade if they get 600. They got 619. They threw a parade, right? So all I would say, just taking the average of numbers out there, if that's the number, they need to get like high 700s. I don't think they're going to get it. Long story short, I think you're going to get a lot of repeat business from Superman 2025 and the James Gunn name and stuff like that. Though it didn't work for Supergirl, they're going to push it, like they did 2025. I don't see them like gaining people like domestically, like over indexed. I think it's going to come back down to normal, when, next year. Internationally, DC is dead. If it's not Justice League, if it's not Snyderverse, if it's not Aquaman, like how do you have a brand? Aquaman was successful globally, and you kill that franchise for James Gunn. Like if I'm James Gunn, or any person that took over DC, let's say, okay, Black Adam failed. Okay, I get it. Black Adam failed. Okay, The Rock's not going to take over DC. Okay, I accept it. After years of lamenting, I accept. Okay, that failed. Whoever comes into DC, okay, what worked? Okay, I'm not too sure about Patty Jenkins' Wonder Woman. I put that on the back burner. Aquaman worked. That would have been the first film I did. Aquaman 2 promoted like you're supposed to, put more DC characters in there, I would have an Aquaman universe right now if I was head of DC. Coming in with those circumstances. How do you throw away $1 billion franchise? The biggest earning DC film ever is Aquaman Part 1. And you threw that franchise away. Didn't promote Part 2. And you still almost made $500 million without promoting it. Supergirl would wish to have half of that. And they promoted it. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame. Shout out to Marcus, and someone that doesn't want you to be hard on Man Tomorrow. I think we got someone here.
Please go out and support it.
We want everybody. We want everybody this week. Okay, the energy is here for the fandom. We are the real DC fans. All of y'all out there are fake DC fans who y'all ain't supporting your Supergirl film. Y'all don't realize the Snyderverse must come back. Justice League must be in theaters. ZSJL must be in theaters to save DC. That's where we're at right now with DC. That's where we're at. We got in the chat. Gunn went in like Hamada, not ending up seeing Black Adam premiere. And maybe, only because Gunn, he has to be there because he's a director and writer. So he's going to be there, but it's going to be like no exec questions. It's a wrap. The overseas is pretty cooked. How would it be cheaper than Superman? Oh, you're just saying it should be, but they're putting more characters in it, so it's going to be more expensive. Tax write-off. The budget for the Buzz Lightyear. You got some Nightwing fans. Yeah, Dick Grayson, he should be up next. Him and Supergirl, they should have crossed over. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. So there's no overarching story. So let's get into, because again, I don't know if y'all realize it was a little controversy this past week. And well, first let's put out the reports they're saying about Clayface, right? Let's put this out here. There's just some interesting chatter out there about Clayface. Now they're saying, the test screenings doing so well and all this stuff, but we understand people saying, Supergirl has the best test screenings ever, right? And then we see what just happened. So these test screenings don't mean nothing, all right? And on top of that, the writer, what I saw people saying, the test screenings are great, and the Mike Flanagan script is great, because that's the big name behind this film, is the original writer. But I covered this, I think was this last year? And Flanagan, that he's passionate about the Clayface and Batman animated series. He pointed out that the screenplay for Clayface is going through some revisions. He hopes the foundation he established is still intact when the film hits theaters. So he's a writer. He sold the script and stepped away from the production. He said he's busy doing the Carrie series, actually, which I think he's going to do great for that genre. So he's not actively on this project on Clayface. He's writer. He gave you the blueprint, but they're revising his script. Flanagan then shared his thoughts on Clayface development. He says, "I don't know what they're doing with Clayface. Does that sound like Mike Flanagan's a part of this production? I don't know what they're doing. I'm not directing it, and that filmmaker will need to make it their own." This isn't Flanagan's story, y'all. I know that they're doing work on the script. They changed his story. This is Supergirl. This is everything. We see what Gunn's caught red-handed. He changes stories in post. He just did it with Supergirl. He's already done it with Clayface. We've already been warned. He says, "I'm off doing other things right now. I really hope it remains true to the spirit of what I wanted it to be. It won't, but it's not my movie." So I'll be in the audience with you, anxious to see how it comes out. Does this sound like a confident Mike Flanagan? This don't sound like a confident writer. because again, this is someone he sold his script to them because he originally pitched this story, so he's getting his points off of it, and that's all good. But he's telling you point blank, this ain't my story anymore, y'all. Now, does this have a chance? This has the best chance. Clayface has the best chance to make a little money because it's low budget, $40 million to make, or $45 million. If it makes $100 million, if in the climate right now where you have horror films, Obsession, Backrooms, you can make a little money with this film. No guarantee, right? No guarantee here, but I mean the number I would say. This film needs to make like 130 actually to actually be profitable. I don't think that's a guarantee. Supergirl's not a guarantee right now. Now, the only thing going for Clayface is the genre where you get those people that watch Backrooms and Obsession to go see Clayface. Because I'm telling you right now, this isn't Mike Flanagan's story anymore. He's already unsaid it. He said, hey, this ain't my story no more. Read Jisms. That's wild. Uh-oh, Gunn got his paw. That's from Flanagan's own mouth. It's out there now. I have to check the release. I mean, it's coming out at a good time, October. So that's spooky season. So that's good. You got to get that audience. And that is like a younger Gen Z audience. Obsession and Backrooms. Because there was a story came out, Gen Z doesn't like superhero films. No, Gen Z likes event films and they like their low budget horror. So if you're marketing to them, the next trailer really has to hit for them to show up and give that word of mouth, right? I don't see the DC audience really pushing it. Just like the DC audience didn't show up for Supergirl. I don't see them really showing up for Clayface. You got to get the general audience and Gen Z. That's like, 25 and under or whatever the age is, under 25 audience. You got to spook them out. You got to have a good story, a smart story. I don't know. All I know is it ain't Mike Flanagan's story anymore. That's all I was saying. I was worried last year about this film. Yeah, that's a lot for, Obsession, the breakout Obsession film. I think they're gonna nearly make like 275 in the box office. They only spent less than $1 million to make Obsession. Crazy profit, right? Clayface, I think they should have saved on budget. Did they? Didn't they? Godzilla -0, Cat in the Hat release. So you're saying it comes out 2 weeks before that? It has time. If it's going to make the 130, it has a leeway to do it. Will it do it? Terrifier, that's going to come in with a lot of steam. Right there. So this film costs $45 million. So okay, yeah, you're right. So yeah, it's like 115. Okay, yeah, I'll revise that. They don't need 130, but 115. Again, will Supergirl get 115? That's how tough it is out there. So yeah, I'll give it like 115 it needs to make. Because you got marketing, you got other things that has to go into it. So that's fair. That's for Shin. I see you said 112.5. I'll say 115. Because you still got to account for marketing. It's not going to have any tie-ins. Like Supergirl got some money tie-ins and it's still going to bomb. KFC, that wasn't cheap. KFC gave DC money and that tanked, right? Clayface will not have a chance to be a good box office because James Gunn will be involved again, just like Supergirl. When you say the name 3 times, like the man has to show up.
I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I'm getting out 30 years of my career. 30 years of my career.
Listen, Y'all gonna see that every week, okay? Like y'all know y'all gonna see that every week. Yeah, exactly. I don't buy that whole Gen Z doesn't like. No, Gen Z likes event films. I mean, these are kids. I mean, under 25, they're kids to us now. So they're gonna show up for Spider-Man. They're gonna show up for X-Men, right? They didn't know who Fantastic Four was. They're like, who's Fantastic Four? Again, you're talking about the audience. You're talking about the age group. But if you give them event films, Avengers, they grew up on Avengers. They know who these people are. It's about event films. You can't give them obscure characters. They don't really know Supergirl. Maybe they saw the TV show growing up, but it didn't cross over to them. And that's James Gunn's fault. That's James Gunn's fault that Supergirl didn't hit with a younger audience. So it is what it is. He's fighting for his life. That's just so with that said, like, okay, this story has changed. This is why I've been uncomfortable with this Clayface film. So last week, I just saw a rumor out there. I thought everyone saw this same rumor. I didn't put a report out there. I just commented on a rumor that was out there. And the internet went crazy. It went crazy on this. On the left there, and I wish I had my viewers. My views went crazy on this Clayface one as well too. I said in Clayface, apparently he would not fully transform. That was actually a question mark, but I didn't put a question mark. And I was like, oh, probably to save money. I thought everyone saw this rumor out there. And the funny thing, let's see. Let me find. I do want to kind of find my viewership for that because that tweet went crazy. And I was just making an observation. Like I wasn't even like making a statement. Like if I have a scoop, I make it very clear. Like I put bells and whistles and I say, oh, scoop. That got about 150,000 viewership there. So the tweet took off, right? Again, when you get over 100,000, it's usually crossing over and everything. So you see, I put that tweet out there the middle of the day, June 30th. And then all of a sudden, these big DC accounts, like I'm still like a relatively small account. I'm for the people. I didn't get the take. They didn't shield me out all these years. I'm very independent. And so I was like, I thought everyone saw this rumor right here that Clayface, probably he's not going to fully transform. And I was like, probably to save money, I guess. That was my mood. It was a whatever tweet. It went crazy. The tweet went crazy. People DMing me. And I was like, I have no story. I'm just saying this is just what's being said out there. That's not even my report. They picked up my tweet. And then whoever came up with the original story, there's no one picked up their story. But I was like, I just saw they said this. And so you got the next day. So you see my tweets June 30th. The next day, people were bending over backwards to disprove just a rumor out there. They said Clayface fully. It got the DC Films News, and I know people behind that account, so there's no shade. There's no shade behind them. Maybe one of them don't like me. They were connected with the Flash Film News account back in the day. I had my Reverse Flash era. So these are the same account. It's just they rebranded. But they said Clayface fully transforms into his iconic final form later in the film. He's a big MFer, stunning, grotesque, similar to the image below with an asymmetrical jaw. It's just like the animated series. I was like, why were they so desperate to come out with this tweet a day after me? Like, people got nervous. These gunners, they got nervous. They're like, is sylabdul here or something? No, I'm just saying what a rumor I thought was out there. I was like, I heard he's not going to fully transform. He's going to, form his face and do stuff like that. I guess probably to save money. Just commented on their story. They came out, everyone started talking about transform. The very next day, I'm like, oh man, like that's showing Sil Nation moves the needle with DC Twitter. That's all that's showing me. Okay. We move the needle. What we talk about is on everyone's front page. They got a comment on what we're talking about. And this all started back in the day with the late great Mikey Sutton. When we pull up Scoop Center, everyone was talking about Scoop Center. Rose Gallery, everyone's talking about. As far as DC Twitter, it is what it is. But this was a rumor out there, and I just simply commented on it, and they bent over backwards to say, we got to find out, does he fully transform? This other account, DCU Brief, again, there's no shades on these accounts. There's no shade. Says Clayface will fully transform. That's that word again. What? Why is everyone talking about transform after sylabdul? I see why. I know why. It says he'll fully transform into Clayface multiple times in the new movie via cryptic 4K qual. I want to misspeak. I don't think that was that account. It was the one account that was trying to challenge me back in the day. I don't think this account challenged me yet. There's reporting on people who watched the test screening. So my thing is, does Clayface transform at all? Well, you saw in the trailer, he transforms his face. The rumor out there was you're not going to get the big animated series Clayface. Now, what I believe, that was probably based off the first test screenings, and maybe they weren't done with the posts, and things like that. That's possible. But I think it's something behind that rumor that's out there, that you're not going to see the fully transformed Clayface. Because when they try to combat it, they say he fully transforms in the final form later in the film. Is that going to be in camera? He's big, grotesque. That could just be the face. You're just describing the face, which is, I think, that's what that rumor was saying. Like, you're just going to see the face. You'll probably see a silhouette. Again, he'll fully transform multiple times. I don't believe that. You're saying you're going to see the full body Clayface multiple times? I think that's going to be too much money. I don't think you're going to get all that. So I think it's somewhere in between. Just to make it clear, those that were scrambling to say, oh, sylabdul has a scoop, let's try to prove him wrong. It wasn't my scoop. Just my tweet blew up. That's why people was coming at that transform story. I believe you're not going to see much of a fully transformed Clayface. That's what I believe overall. But at the end of the day, like, do I want this film to fail? No, like I don't want any DC film to fail. And this trailer I thought it was a decent trailer. It's a low budget film. It has a chance to make money. So I'm going to give it that until they prove me wrong. Like Supergirl, I was leading up to Supergirl and the marketing was bad. The trailers got bad. The clips got bad. I was like, I'm going to save my money. And I made the right decision. Just like Shazam 2. I'm not going to theaters for that. Right. So that worked out for me in that situation. Clayface right now, I'm on schedule to still watch it. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when this film actually comes out. So I just wanted to make that clear. People was like coming at me like, I was like, y'all didn't see that rumor out there that the first test screening, he didn't transform. And I believe he'll just be in a silhouette. I do believe that. I don't think we're getting a full nasty, full body Clayface. I don't think we're getting that, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's see what we got in the chat here. We still got a little bit more, y'all. This is a holiday stream. We had great support, so appreciate y'all supporting the stream. We had the super chats. Stream elements could be used as well. Link in the description to support the platform. To justify, we're going to keep the ads off as long as the support is there. I have no reason to run ads, live. It makes no sense if people are supporting it. So appreciate y'all. Let's see. Talking about Clayface. Later in the film, and they literally show the face made of clay. Yeah, I mean, hey, it remains to be seen. Like I said, when I come out about DC stuff or I comment on stuff, people think like I just want it to fail or something. It's like, no, I wanted Supergirl to be good. It's not, right? According to the general audience, it's not good. So that was a good reason to skip that. With Clayface right now, I'm still on board. I'm still on board for Clayface coming in October. So Clayface DOA. We'll see. Right now, the trailer looks good. The trailer looks good. I definitely don't like that it's a part of the DCU. This should have been Reeves' universe. I agree with that. I think the aesthetic fits the Penguin series with that. So yeah. So I agree with that. So a lot of talk about, Supergirl and a movie for women and everything, respecting women, and act like the originator wasn't there, right? Zack Snyder, the other day, after the internet was on fire about Supergirl and nobody respects women, Zack says, hey guys, while Wonder Woman has always been an icon, I'm incredibly proud to have played a role in bringing her to life for the first time on the big screen, where her story could inspire a new generation. So Zack's like, now we was holding women down. I don't know what's going on with the Supergirl stuff, but now women got their heroes out there, and namely Wonder Woman, probably the greatest entrance ever in CBM history. Her jumping in with the full suit, saving Batfleck in BVS. So Zack Snyder had to let people know, like, oh, the DC got women's back. It's just maybe that was a trash film that was coming out. No Batman in it, but that's why I said horror. A horror audience has to carry Clayface. So yeah. So shout out to Zack for that. Wonder Woman again made over $800 million in the box office. Deserves all the praise and accolades it receives. Giving women a hero, and then in ZSJL, you have that moment with Wonder Woman and the little girl. Like you could be anything you want to be. Oh, that was great messaging. Look at yourself in the mirror. You can see yourself all day. But definitely, again, I think Wonder Woman 84 definitely did not help this franchise. And, I understand if you don't want to have Patty Jenkins do another one, right? But the Wonder Woman character is there, and I think it's ready to tap in some more. That could be outside of Snyderverse. I think Snyderverse, you get our Justice League 2 and 3. I want a Batfleck film as well. But Wonder Woman character, it's there. It's there as an A-lister now. So you can make a lot of money with Wonder Woman still. Yeah, that Clayface on Batman animated series. I mean, according to Flanagan, you may not get that story in the film. We'll see. Good stuff. Yeah, Zack was a part of it. Zack was still active on social media today. Happy 4th. For those, I guess, in the States. I don't know who else celebrates it. It'll just be the States. Happy 4th with the Henry Cavill wallpaper on his phone. Interesting. This is interesting. And this is a day after, or you got DC dying online right now with James Gunn and what's going on with Supergirl and the fallout. He jacked up the script, James Gunn did, and Zack just casually puts out a post like, "Hey, happy 4th, Superman related, Henry Cavill Superman related." Yeah, they don't feel too good. They don't feel too good about these IG posts. The Gunners don't. So Zach just puts it out there. Yeah, just because, that's only because it's just the 4th. You know, you didn't have to use Superman. This was a choice. This is a choice by Zack Snyder. Okay. Again, how many rodeos have we been? Some people may not have been as many. It's a reason why this man keeps teasing his DC universe every chance he gets. And just quite honestly, he only took a break because he lost his father not too long ago. Outside of that, he's been on it. This looks like someone that definitely wants you to know DC's on their mind seemingly every day. With 2 posts today. A picture we've seen thousands and tens of thousands of times. No caption. It's just Henry Cavill Superman with the flag behind him. For the 4th. For no reason. Gunn should be posting Star-Lord pictures. He probably should start warming back up the Marvel. Gunn, because that, get back to start making that Star-Lord film. Actually, I want Gunn. Go back to Marvel, make your Star-Lord film, leave DC alone. Because you got guzzlers out there. Why do you keep talking about James Gunn every day? Because he's co-head of DC Studios. So you're in our playground right now. We're the real DC fans. So if you're talking about our brand, we got something to say. If you're co-head of our brand, you're on the clock every day. James Gunn. So, yeah. That's why I have something to say about Gunn every single day until he quits or he's fired. And it seems like Zack Snyder has something to say every chance he gets. And then Kevin Smith, doubling back to old Kevin Smith, he has something to say
going forward
about potential of Snyderverse. Zach Ozzy moved on. What's Kevin Smith talking about?
What does this mean going forward? For the uninitiated.
Now he's talking about, Supergirl flopped. What does that mean for Gunn's DCU? Go.
Warner Brothers is in the process of being bought by Paramount, which is owned by the Ellisons, which, some people have said, I don't know if they care for James Gunn's, movie making and or politics. There's been rumors they might even bring back the Snyderverse, for heaven's sakes. So
where'd that come from, right? We're talking about James Gunn. We're talking about DCU. Kevin Smith talked about Snyderverse before, saying don't rule it out. He feels like he has to bring this up again.
Some people have said, I don't know if they care for James Gunn's, movie making and or politics. There's been rumors they might even bring back the Snyderverse, for heaven's sakes. So it's a weird time over there. And I guess, if you believe the internet, this movie needed to do real well, because now all of a sudden everybody's going like, oh, I don't know if James is going to have a gun anymore, have a job anymore.
That was like cap. There's a lot of cap right there at the end, right there, Kevin Smith. But why bring up Snyderverse? First, Mark Bernardin, his skin crawls anytime you say Snyderverse.
Some people have said, I don't know if they care for James Gunn's, movie making and or politics. There's been rumors they might even bring back the Snyderverse, for heaven's sakes. So
you see him. This upsets Mark Bernardin every time Kevin Smith brings up the Snyderverse, he looks away to the right. Again, I always look at body language, okay? This bothered him, Mark, so much on the right here.
Movie making and or politics. There's been rumors they might even bring back the Snyderverse, for heaven's sakes. So
those eyes went, he don't like that. He don't like that. We see you, bro. We see you. we see you. We read body language over here, bro. Just like Corn Sweat was like, oh, Gunn, shut up. We see what you really feel. Your feelings. Tell them your feelings are hurt. Mark is not happy. And so that's another thing. Me and Vega, I'm going to release that conversation again in the next day or so with Vega. We talk about this extensively. And Kevin Smith knows stuff. He's plugged in. That's why he kind of tiptoed around a bad Supergirl review, because he don't want to, wreck any friendships out there. So, or relationships overall, business relationships. So he's plugged in, and if it was a false rumor, let me put it out there like that. If there was no legs behind the Snyderverse returning, Kevin Smith would not speak on it at all, or he'd be like, "This is bullcrap." This is the second time he's brought it up as just, hey, Paramount may do the Snyderverse. Just throws it out there, and Mark is incensed every time, because I believe something's there. I believe something's there with the Snyderverse, and we're going to see. As far as with this weekly show, it is about, there's steps that has to happen first, right? Me and Jules, we always talk about kind of tempering our expectations just a little bit, because we want to not get ahead of ourselves. But it's all trending towards that way of the Paramount deal closing, and actually we'll kind of transition to that. Paramount deal getting closer and closer to closing. The U.S. federal, the DOJ, have already passed it. But with these types of deals, you have to allow enough time for international groups to challenge it as well. And the states, the California, New York, they keep saying for months that they were going to challenge this deal. No legislation has been filed to stop the Paramount deal. And now what Paramount's doing now to get this closed, again, what was the time period? It was to be as early as July, as late as September. It's looking like it probably takes like August at this point. It's no set date. It's the third quarter of the year. So that's why I say by the end of September. But again, as early as July. All right. So that's where it's at. Now, what Paramount is doing now is they are divesting. They're making concessions to please everyone. If they feel like, oh, you shouldn't be a part, you shouldn't have this much power over this international distribution. Okay, you can cede some power, and we won't challenge your deal. That's all. This is all negotiations now, y'all. This is going to close. I'm just going to say right now, this deal is going to close. There's no smoking gun that the states have against Paramount. It came out last week. They want CNN, but I think they're going to find a happy medium and get this deal closed. So that's what's happening as I try to do my Paramount updates every time we're here for the weekly show overall. Now, before we go, the likes have been very good live. So I do want to give y'all credit for that on the live side. We got nearly 80 likes live. Now, replay crew, you guys got to come in, push that over 100. We'll kind of give y'all the bat signal real quick. With that, this is how YouTube pushes my videos. This is part of why I'm doing more Patreon stuff, because YouTube doesn't push my stuff or anyone's stuff like they did a couple years ago. But the weekly show, the Saturday show, has been going really good. So this is something I wanted to keep going, and I'll put clips for everything else up here overall. But so definitely appreciate y'all. Great job today. Really supporting the stream. We've gotten over Snyder Cut levels. I usually don't try to go over Snyder Cut levels over 4 hours, but we had a lot of stuff to talk about today, and the support was there. And so I was asking for a certain, not really a certain amount of likes, just enough activity. And I think we got a lot of likes And so let's talk about, again, I don't even know if this is a scoop, but this is something that I believe is very true, according to Avengers Secret Wars. Okay, we know RDJ is back for Doom and Avengers Doomsday. And everyone was like, why would he come back just to cover his face as Doom? Well, I believe in the Secret Wars. I said Doomsday. I believe in Doomsday, RDJ. It's going to be moments where, he doesn't have the mask on, for Doom and stuff like that. Apparently, by the time, and I'm going to expound on this more on Patreon link in the description, patreon.com/sylabdul. By the time Secret Wars ends, I'm just going to say it like this. Not Doomsday. Doomsday. Doom is going to wreck shop. He's going to be like Thanos, okay, in that film, okay? Secret Wars. By the time we get to Secret Wars, Marvel is going to have a way, they're going to have an angle, and I've been kind of teasing this, to do a Fantastic Four film with RDJ Doom. Okay? I'm just going to put it like this. I'll expound more. And according to what I'm hearing, it don't even feel right saying this, but Tony Stark may be back. Secret Wars is not the grand reset button like we thought years ago. With RDJ coming back as Doom, he may possibly be playing a dual role going forward. More on this later with the Patrons this weekend. Enjoy your holiday. I'm going to go on out of here because I'm not going to answer any questions about this. Much love to Sil Nation. Y'all rocked out this stream today. Much appreciated to y'all. Marvel, I don't know what y'all doing with this one. This is, woo. And then DC, like Vega said in the song, DC and Marvel both have us startled. What we doing? Much love to Sil Nation. Members, is going to be instant reaction videos I'm going to give to members only over here. YouTube members, become a member. When news comes out, I may jump on my phone. I may jump in the booth here. We're going to give y'all instant reactions to several pertinent things that that we talk about. We'll see what happens to that Marvel stuff. And DC's in trouble. Much love to Sil Nation. We out of here.
Watchmen forever vigilant, steady watching and listening, disciplined, militant, killing these dudes that started visiting. What's the latest word, yo, Sil? We need to know. Tell us what you heard, yo, Sil. We need to know the ins and outs. Who's walking out, buying in? We need to know your thoughts on what's new, what you do to stream a hell of a show. Let's go. One hell of a show. Let's go.